Boa tarde, boa tarde. Vou pedir para vocês, por favor, se sentarem.
Good afternoon. I'm going to ask you to please sit down and speak quietly, please. We would like to ask you some silence.
Por favor, por favor. Hello. Desculpa pela interrupção aí da conversa, mas é porque nossos
I
vizinhos.
apologize for interrupting the conversation, but our neighbors were saying that they couldn't listen to anything in their panel. So I would like to ask you to please speak quietly, and we're going to try to maintain the least amount of noise possible. We're going to start in a few minutes.
Então, vamos usar esse, porque a gente está tendo muito barulho de lá também, do mesmo jeito que eles estão tendo daqui. Então, quando a gente colocou esse, o pessoal teve que aumentar muito o volume, teve feedback, sabe? Teve reverberação. So, we'll use only this one today. I think perhaps because we have that problem. Okay, so let's try again. Okay. Então vamos mudar, vamos tentar esse de novo. Eu vou deixar esse com ela. Se não funcionar, a gente usa esse.
Eu tenho uma.
Pode ser? A gente vai usar tá? Aí eu vou deixar esse com ela. E aí a gente usa esse. Aí eu indico para vocês, tá? Então, Então, pessoal, é 1h15, né? O painel de vocês. Eu vou ficar ali bem naquele cantinho. E vou indicar o total de tempo que falta para terminar o painel todo, tá? Então, 30 minutos, falta para terminar 15. Então, vou estar sempre ali, tá? Se precisar de alguma coisa, ele vai falar agora. Ajeita e depois não mexe mais, tá? Porque dá interferência. Pode?
Boa tarde.
Olá, boa tarde.
Sou Henrique Gonçalves, sou de Campo Verde.
Ok.
Falhar não foi venir.
Ok.
Eu sou aqui, eu falo português, eu falo
Portunhol.
mas eu falo inglês também.
Vai funcionar. Pode sentar ali, por favor, tá?
Obrigado.
Eu vou te apresentar a nossa moderadora. Quer ajuda, Tatiana? É assim, ó. Isso. Mas aí teu cabelo ficou preso.
Não, eu vou tirar. Eu vou tirar aqui por trás.
Aí, entendeu? Deixa ele só verificar se tá aí. Tudo bem. Tá só. Aí.
Aqui? Ok?
Agora ele vai posicionar. Ele veio substituindo a Mafalda, tá?
Ok. Henry, tudo bem? Bem-vinda. Welcome.
Obrigado. Eu falo um pouquinho português, compreendo tudo,
Sim.
mas eu posso falar também em espanhol, em português.
Me diz, você é diretor executivo do Global Climate
Adjunto.
Assistant
Deputy Executive.
Deputy Executive Director do Global Climate Deputy Executive Director. Deputy Executive Director do Global Climate. Henry?
Nossa.
Obrigado.
Obrigada,
Henry. Muito bem-vindo, viu?
Obrigado.
Aí acho que é isso. O microfone, se quiser ficar escondido. Porque caso o outro não funcione em algum momento, isso já dá. E não precisa ligar ele, tá? Ele já está ligado, já tá. Esse aqui. Vamos lá, a gente vai para o mesmo mesmo. Ok. Tem muito.
Alô, boa tarde. Good afternoon. Just bear with me for a few minutes. We are finishing having the mics here ready for us. Estamos acabando de colocar aqui os microfones para podermos começar. Só um pouquinho de paciência. Obrigada.
Você quer perguntar se alguém inglês, que talvez melhor a gente
Bem, alô? Vocês todos me ouvem bem?
Can you hear me well?
Nós estamos aqui. Meu nome é Tatiana Rosito.
My name is Tatiana Rosito. I am Secretary of International Affairs of the Ministry of Finance, coordinator of the financial pathway of G20. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. In this panel, I'm also going to introduce our panelists, but I would like to make a consultation with you. We are deciding if we speak English or Portuguese. How many of you only speak English? This is the Brazil Pavilion. We are in a mission, and our objective is to spread this mission to the world. We are making this consultation because we have in our panel some participants. We have another participant actually that will arrive who are foreigners. So we are here to welcome the participants and the guests. As far as I understand, everybody speaks Portuguese. So the warning is there is
Headphones, like earphones that you can use, and we are going to proceed in Portuguese.
Mas comprando tudo
ok.
em português todo.
Então, agora sim, agora podemos começar. É
now we can start.
prazer estarmos aqui.
It's a great pleasure to be here.
Podemos.
Podemos. Agora sim, então, valendo. 3, 2, 1. Estamos dando início. Muito boa tarde a
We
todos.
are starting the panel now for real. We are beginning the panel Connecting the Dots, financing through blended finance instruments with the support of the organizers of the Brazil Pavilion at COP28. It is
Só aqui. Vou desligar para você.
Precisa.
Está funcionando? Agora sim. Agora sim. Agora está funcionando. Então, eu tenho aqui hoje o prazer
I
e a honra
have here
contar com a
today
participação
the
de
pleasure and honor to have the participation of a great blend, a noticeable blend of participants, starting with the team of Maria Neto and her presence herself. She has a great experience at UNFCCC, IDB, and now she is heading the Institute, the Climate and Society Institute in Brazil. Thank you, Maria, for your participation. I also have Iona Zabalma. She's a civic entrepreneur, as she calls herself. I would like to know more about that in a minute, and she's going to help us understand exactly the mixture between public security and digital security. She also works with environmental security. She is internationally known as a great thinker of these topics. She is back to Brazil after a few years. It's a pleasure to have you with us as well. Also, we have Luciana Costa. She is a transition director and energy director at BNDES, the National Bank of Social Development and Economic Development in Brazil. She has a large experience and she's an economist in the private sector for the leverage of capital for sustainable finance. It's also an honor to have you with us today. And Henry Gonzalez, Executive Director of the Global Climate Fund. He came here to participate in this panel representing our colleague Mafalda, who probably will come here later. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here with us, but for us, it's a great pleasure to have you. The Global Climate Fund is a fundamental instrument of the climate finance directly related to the climate convention and our Paris Agreement goals. So it's very important to have this blend of people, as I said here today, to connect the dots. As an initial motivation, I would like to say that the day before yesterday, on December 1st, Brazil took the presidency of G20, which gives us a mission. I think everyone at COP has a mission, especially speaking on behalf of the Brazil panel. We are in the 1.5 mission to avoid that the global temperatures elevate beyond the 1.5 level. Besides, in Brazil, we are trying to do that while fighting inequalities as a central topic of our agendas. It is in the center of the G20 agenda. It is a common thread in the Sherpa's agenda and the financial agenda. This is our mission. Fighting the climate change, fighting inequality. We have here the Ministry of Finance. In particular, we had Minister Fernando Haddad. Until yesterday, we have had some important announcements that we want to share with you and also with other countries. The Ecological Transformation Plan that aims at exactly promoting national transformation, aligning the internal incentive so that we can have sustainable increase of productivity, taking all of the potential of the natural resources that we have in a better income distribution. Besides the transformation of the ecological plan, we have other social initiatives like the initiative of the Forever Tropical Forests, which is a Brazilian proposal that will be developed throughout the next months of introducing a mechanism to maintain the tropical forests in the world based on capitals that will not be carbon-based, but in existing forests or conserved or restored forests. These are some of the examples that were discussed in other panels and will be discussed today and tomorrow, like the carbon market, which is in the final phase of appreciation in the Brazilian Congress, the sustainable taxonomy, green and social taxonomy, which is already in public consultation and will be implemented until the end of next year, and other instruments that the Ministry of Finance has led, like the recent launch of sustainable bonuses by the National Treasury. So, moving back to connecting the dots, I would like to say a few words about the financial track of G20. Under the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance and the Brazilian Central Bank, we have 8 work groups. And among them, maybe the most relevant for us is the group of sustainable finances. And in this group, the topic of blended finance is a key topic in many different moments. The objective of the Sustainable Finances Group, according to the map that was approved by G20 in 2021, the roadmap for sustainable finances of G20, that has as an important element blended finance, is the mobilization of private capitals for sustainable development. We have a clear perception, this is on the basis of the Brazilian proposals, that there is still a potential for the mobilization of private capital and for the massive mobilization of public and private capital to finance the fight against climate change and the sustainable development, which is still far below what is needed. I think the figures speak for themselves. And including in climate financing. According to the data of the Climate Policy Initiative, there is an increase of 600 to 700 billion in climate financing from to 1.2 trillion, but this is still far below what is necessary. So we work a lot with the idea that the perfect combination of private and public capital is fundamental for us to be able to leverage all of the resources that are necessary. So among the 4 priorities of the group, this is very clear. One of them, the first of them, is the operational revision of the 4 green funds, the multilateral climate funds, GCF, GEF, CIFs, and the adaptation funds. So we want to not review the mandate of these funds, but allow the access of these resources that are concessional to happen in a faster way so that these funds can be mobilized to leverage more private capital as well. So that's why this priority is within the group of sustainable finance. A second priority is to work on the plans based on the transition framework of G20, work on just transition plans, evolve the framework that we have today to incorporate also social elements and elements that can impact inequality. And the third proposal, the third priority is closer to blended finance mechanisms because we're proposing to study solutions, use solutions, nature-based solutions to mobilize capital and to understand in a better way what are the challenges of return and risk for blended finance, and what are the challenges for this application of light to areas for nature solutions, which is a paramount area here in Brazil. Going a little bit beyond, and this is very much connected to this panel, going beyond in the description of blended finance to put together a certain type of toolbox for different sectors or types of projects, either banks or entrepreneurs or companies that are trying to build projects in these areas, areas for nature solutions, so that they can be clearer regarding the challenges and solutions specific for nature. And there's also a fourth priority that we have. It has to do with the disclosure of data. especially for emerging countries and for small and medium-sized companies. So the challenge of adapting to some sustainability pattern and what are the more specific challenges for small and medium-sized companies and developing economies. After this introduction and moving back to connecting the dots in blended finance, I'm going to open and pass the floor to initial words to each speaker for 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to ask Maria to start talking about her view of blended finance in the world and also in Brazil. And relate this to the challenges of COP. Thank you very much, Tatiana. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure for the Climate and Society Institute to be here as well, opening in a more comprehensive way, talking about blended finance itself. The definition of what is blended finance is a great question. OECD defines blended finance, and the United Nations defines blended finance. Most of them has a common agreement, which is using concessional resources that can be combined with other types of finance to mobilize private investment. So the idea is to mobilize more resources with concessional resources, thinking about this difficulty that we have, particularly with climate change, but also SDGs in general, to leverage trillions in sustainable investments and incentivize the private sector to do so. But we know that most of these investments, and I'm going to talk about the nature-based solutions because I think this is a focus of the G20 and something particularly interesting and important for Brazil. We organized about 2 weeks ago with the collaboration of the Ministry of Finance and other entities, an event in São Paulo where we brought 80 representatives of practically the whole Brazilian financial sector, including asset managers, investment funds, private banks, entrepreneurs that try to make investments based on nature. And what is the characteristic of this type of investment? Usually it's a characteristic common to innovative investments and scale investments that we need for climate change. Usually they require a very high capex in general because there is this initial risk and this initial cost for the activity with a return that might be high, but in general in very long term. So there is this risk for the investor to make this investment, and most of the times, the finance that they have available is in very short term, and they may not have this return in short term to be able to finance that investment. There are other types of barriers as well. Many times, these investments are innovative. We're talking about new technologies or creating value chains in some product of bioeconomy that is still incipient. We're talking about a performance that has a positive environmental impact, but not always the result is still monetized from the standpoint of value by the social impact and environmental impact. We're having a conversation about carbon credit at the SCOP. The Brazilian government has a payment for environmental services, but the social and environmental performance is not always acknowledged by the bank when you ask for credit. So most of those investments not always has a real guarantee, a collateral for that investment that you would like to make. So it was very interesting in all of those investments that there is a high interest in scaling the investments in that kind of project. Brazil has a comparative advantage, but only in the regeneration of degraded areas and restoration, we are almost 15 years of the global potential. It could be a great seller of removal of greenhouse gases, for example, but this kind of investment is a typical investment where the real added value may have a good impact in the productivity of a farmer that wants to build a forest for livestock, but they might take long for the results. A risk of finding the necessary seeds is complex. How we can do this in scale? This is where the solutions of blended finance can be interesting. We can find non-reimbursable resources for mechanisms of guarantee that cover those real guarantees that do not exist, that can prove your return. You can also use blended finance to offer those deadlines that are not always offered. You can use blended finance, this is important as well, to structure bankable projects. And we saw different ways of using blended finance in the workshop. There are blended finances that are used to demonstrate results in bonds. At the same time, in our Brazilian case, the big criticism is that even though we have many attempts to do this, the scale still does not exist, partially because there's not a lot of knowledge. We have to have more conversations on how to structure these mechanisms, partially because our regulation and the way that we work in the financial system was not always used for this kind of risk we have to take, because these are different kinds of risks than the typical risks of the financial market. So a recommendation would be to maybe promote a regulatory sandbox for blended finance, to promote structures of blended finance. And as a market regulator, either central bank or an insurer, we could test these mechanisms. To give an example, we were discussing philanthropic uses combined with the resources from the fund. There are many barriers still in the way that we can operate to scale up. On the other hand, also, I had a boss when I worked in the market. When we talked about blended finance, we included in the presentation bottle of whiskey, and we would say it has to be a good blend, because if it is a bad blend, it'll give you a headache. So I have to use the best resources of the blend, because we know that there are not infinite resources for concessional. From the standpoint of the public banks with BNDES here, we have few concessional and public resources. The philanthropic resources are not many as well. So how can we better use that resource to leverage the investments and have a better impact? Also, in the design of the financial solution, we have to have very clear for what we want that blend, for that blend to be what we need it to be to leverage the investments, and to not have, which is also a preoccupation of the OECD, something that uh, will disturb the market. I used to work in the Inter-American Bank, and honestly, I opened up more conversation in Mexico and Colombia. After this conversation that we had with the private sector and the nature-based solutions, I think we should open up the discussion about the regulatory framework, instruments that could work, and how to work in better resources of public and private philanthropy. Thank you, Maria. I think it was a great introduction for us. I think Brazil has an increasing use of nature-based solutions. Luciana will be able to talk more about this to us. Yesterday, the President Mercadante announced to us the reforestation framework. There are great examples of what we can do in blended finance, because you are mitigating the risk of the financial sector, the private sector. Before I came here today, I was looking at a few pieces of data of the convergence database, which is the biggest database in the world in the area of blended finance. And the last report that they had shows that Brazil is doing very well. Individually, between 2019 and 21, Brazil was the biggest destination in added terms of blended finance with 2.5 billion. In total, resources mobilized in the last 10 years were around 100 billion, especially for sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America. They have a restricted definition of blended finance, which is another topic for us to discuss.
Mas a mensagem é que o Brasil haveria grande interesse, não é, dos investidores em investir no Brasil.
There is an interest of investors to invest in Brazil, but on the other hand, there is a certain stagnation
Dos investimentos assim
or decrease in investments categorized by them as blended finance, especially for climate. About 2/3 of the whole mobilization for blended finance in world terms is for climate, but it is not increasing a lot. We can see a great potential, much more than that, a hope for us. That's why we're having this panel in blended finance. That's why we're trying to understand the mechanisms, understand how blended finance applied to climate can help us in our 1.5 mission. And on the other hand, the investments are way below what they should be. There were a lot of speeches on ESG investments from the financial sector, companies, international investors. But tell us a little bit, Luciana, from BNDES on the daily basis, what is your view? What has the bank been doing? What do we need to do to actually increase the potential of blended finance in Brazil? Thank you, Tatiana. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Tatiana, Maria, Enhi, Ilana. Good morning, everyone. I agree with what Maria and Tatiana said. There is a lot of international capital interested in Brazil in the form of concessional capital, regular capital for blended finance. Because of the comparative advantages that Brazil has in this moment of energy transition, the world needs Brazil to in order to reach the 1.5 mission. And obviously, in this trajectory of the energy transition, there are decarbonization routes that are more expensive and others that are cheaper. But there are cheaper routes because there is the distortion and the negative externality. Many projects are not economically feasible. For example, restoration.
Hoje, se a gente for,
This does not add up. In Brazil, 50% of our emissions come from deforestation. If we solve the problem of deforestation, we solve the Paris Agreement in Brazil. If we look at the energy matrix, we have already worked on the Paris Agreement. From the G20, we have the cleanest matrix. The biggest cost for the rest of the world, which is going to be to decarbonize their matrices. For us, this cost is going to be lower. There are countries that are going to spend $100 to decarbonize 1 ton of carbon, and we're going to spend 20. But the investment is in very long term, maybe 30 years. We don't have an industry of restoration well established. We're not going to restore by planting trees. It's going to be another way. It has to be scalable. Restoration and nature-based solutions have a very strong risk because the risk of planting species that have conflicts among them and having to redo the restoration are very big. We have to open the path for the animals to return. It's not only about trees, it's about biodiversity. So there's a very strong risk in execution. The private capital is not prepared for having this risk. This big volume of available capital wants to come to Brazil, but they don't want to have this risk. I agree 100% with Maria. It's not only about reducing the cost of capital, it's about reducing the risk that this capital is going to have. Then we're going to need this capital. The grants are not enough and they're not scalable. BNDES has already done blended for a long time. We have done blended finance during COVID. We do blended finance for small and medium-sized companies. We give guarantee for banks to take the risks of small and medium-sized companies. If we didn't have those funds where we cover part of the risks, we do the first recourse for the bank to take the rest of the risks. We have this experience. We do this in-house a lot. No other bank in Brazil has a recourse of 35 years. We finance infrastructures up to 35 years. The capital market does not reach this deadline. We also complement private capitals and capital markets. They are a lot more volatile. In a volatile economy like Brazil, this is very important. I am in the area of infrastructure and energy transition. We're going to approve 52 billion. It is the biggest approval in a history of BNDES for this sector. And we're going to grow 35% in relation to last year. I didn't think that we would be capable to do this because funding for infrastructure and energy transition, as they said, usually they are complex and they are very structured. They need time for structuring. And this was a volatile year in the country. The capital market closed in the first semester because of the episode of flight in America. So we anchored a few projects so that the projects were not disassembled.
Esse projeto de restauração vai demorar ano, 2 anos
In
para
a country like Brazil, where a project would take 1 year or 2 years, financing would take 2 extra years. In 4 years, like in Brazil, everything can happen. If we don't have a multilateral like a IDB or BNDES, BNDES is the bank that has most local knowledge. These projects will get disassembled, not in financing, but in structuring. They will not even be structured.
Exatamente porque o Brasil tem esse
I think exactly because
a nossa descarbonização e como a gente vai atingir o net zero é diferente do resto do mundo. O resto, os países
of how we're going to reach net zero is different than the rest of the world. They will spend more money with green hydrogen, with more expensive technologies. Our technology is based on trees. It is going to be cheaper, but our risks are going to be higher. Our risks are going to be major. We have to see that there's a distortion in international regulation of the financial market. When we look at the rating technology, the technology of all of the rating agencies, they penalize all of the companies that are in Brazil simply because of their zip code. This is a discussion we're going to have to bring to the table. The rating of Brazil could be better. Brazil is underrated because we are considered a high risk country due to qualitative criteria. If we look at the objective criteria and the indicators like the balance of the country, we could have better rating. I worked in the private market for 25 years. A Brazilian company that takes money in Brazil will have much more expensive money than if this company has a subsidiary in Switzerland with a Brazilian guarantee because the capital allocation will be different due to regulation of Fed and the European banks. In the issue of blended finance, we're going to have to bring several elements to discussion. And why blended finance exists? Because externality is not priced, neither positive nor negative. That is why we're trying to create carbon credit markets. We're going to create in the future a market of biodiversity credit. If we have all of those externalities, we have regulation array in Brazil, but international regulation that harms Brazil, harms Africa, harms emerging countries. So I think this is a huge challenge. The money is available, but as Tatiana said, it doesn't arrive here because we have to discuss local and international regulation. Thank you, Luciana. I was going to get to this point. It becomes clearer and clearer that there is a homework that is domestic, and it is being done not only in regulatory terms, in terms of corrective incentives, correct incentives. Taxonomy is another one of them. We have Kate from the Ministry of Finance who is working actively in taxonomy, but also increasing the dialogue on this international regulation that harms the developing countries, and also a bigger dialogue with the risk agencies. This is another topic that we are going to bring, and we already have brought in our priorities in the G20. We're trying to have a structured dialogue with the agencies and with the multilateral development banks regarding not only the recallable capital, but also the guarantees and the ways to mobilize more resources. You also mentioned the fact that the development agencies and the financial institutions of development and the multilateral development banks are paramount actors. The blended finance does not happen in a vacuum. So we need regulations and also resources and incentives, and we have to unlock the operations. It's a blend of things that we're trying to bring to discussion. I'm going to now invite Ilana to try to help us think about this. Ilana, let us think outside the box. I know you like to do this. Please give us your opinion about this. First, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be in this round table. I'm going to bring you some elements that will dialogue with the externalities and the risk factors. I have been a civic entrepreneur for 20 years, and before that, I worked for 5 years in the financial market. I'm moving back to finance because we have been doing some work in the Amazon. Internationally, we are a Brazilian organization that works globally. I am part of a council of the Secretary General of the UN where I work with the financial reform of the international system, especially when we talk about the climate transition, energy transition, ecological transition. We're trying to give access to countries of medium income to capital. Brazil has this advantage, but many others don't, and also the least developed countries. We have a lot of work to do. Maria and Luciana already mentioned it, but I want to bring you what we have been doing in the Amazon basin and in the region of Legal Amazon. The work that we do in the Igarapé Institute in public security, climate security, and digital security, we transform an ecosystem of environmental crimes in an ecosystem of environmental development. So we were trying to understand what was happening with these economies when they moved from formal to informal to illegal, the role of public policies of command and control, including federal police, promote prosecutors, IBAMA. We work a lot on money laundering, and we reach the role of the public sector, especially the financial sector, especially when we talk about here the nature-based solutions. We work on first changing the mental model. We're not going to have the same return because we're not pricing the ecosystemic services, nor the negative externalities. Today, we're trying to We're not trying to price nature. Of course, it is not payable. The service of the water flow in Amazon is not payable. We know that. But we have to build instruments for these ecosystems to work. So, besides the instruments of blended finance, we have to de risk the territory, the territorial issues. So when I talk to banks, especially private banks, I'm having great conversations in VNDS. So the technology tools that we have created, like Amazon and Loco, are being used to assess risks of projects to mitigate those risks. And what we have been finding are many difficulties. People tell me I'm not a police officer. I'm not a police officer, and I tell them me neither. But we have to understand the businesses to contribute to that ecosystem, to try to understand that without those services, without those systems, there's no other economy. The global economy is based on nature. If we think about the basis of the economies, all economies are based on nature. The finances, they don't take that into consideration. So I think we have to reboot the mindset on how we are designing these models of blended finance. I have seen a great intention from philanthropies, from multilateral development banks, and they want the same return, but this is not going to happen. We have been talking to many entrepreneurs. I have entrepreneurs who are here in the audience, and they should give their testimonial. I have two comments. One of them about the mechanism of forests. I think there is an urgent matter. We have included this idea of having an international mechanism of payment for the tropical forests per hectare. Brazil included this idea, accepted this idea. It will also be blended finance. We have a series of instruments to be implemented in the Igarapé Institute. We are working on an initiative that we would like all of you to take part. We are working on a green bridge facility. It's a multi-stakeholder arrangement to de-risk a blended financial instrument We want a partnership in a jurisdiction. We have talked to a few governors in the Amazon. We have some backbone institutions that will help de-risking this territory in terms of public security, in terms of relationships with communities. We are looking at some entrepreneurs trying to establish their businesses for years with very expensive due diligence, and also looking at the private capital that is trying to establish itself in the region for a number of years as well. So we're also applying to the territory models of arrangements that are different, that could bring together the public sector, the technical organizations that are going to do the de-risking of the territory, the blended of finance that are going to create new ecosystems. So if you want to create this toolbox, count on us. We're thinking about this all the time. We have no time to waste. We have also a mechanism of payment per hectare, and we are including all of the players. I invite you to all think about it together, and we need the Amazon to have the scale that the nature can give us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ilana, for bringing us this holistic perspective to us. We talk about the forest, and this is such a complex issue that connects climate to the local populations, their way of living, security, and it's a complete change of mindset. There are actors that are very far away from this reality, either abroad or in Brazil. You are a civic entrepreneur, but we also have to have the private sector present in this reality and discussing with us. I would like to invite now Henry Gonzalez to speak on behalf of the Global Climate Fund, the main mechanism of funding in this climate change convention, so that he can share with us how GCF, the Global Fund of Climate, has supported this agenda, especially in blended finance. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Good afternoon. I speak Portuguese Spanish, but I can also speak English. We are a minority, many women in this panel. Congratulations. In the financial context, this is not always a reality.
And infrastructure bank, Alex. And then we had a meeting just today, so we are really exploring. So I really appreciated how Maria provided a very good context on the definition of blended finance. It was so concrete and so clear. It was also great to hear from Ben Dez on the track record that a development bank at the national level has been working, and we're very pleased to have you as our partner in Brazil. But I think also Ilona provided some structural areas that we need to improve in order to really make blended finance scalable. So I'm going to take this context now. The Green Climate Fund, we are one of the financing mechanisms of the Paris Agreement. And as Tatiana was saying, we are one of the convention's largest funds. We are the largest. We have a portfolio of $13.5 billion that with the co-financing that we hope to crowd in, our portfolio is over $50 billion. Now, about 1/3 of that is in the private sector. Now, the flexibility that we have is that we are a true catalyst. And here I'm going to be open and candid. A lot of development banks do not take enough risks or cannot take enough risks. And a lot of the partners that we have provided some of that concessionality are some of those development banks. However, if we really want our capital to go closer to those entrepreneurs, we need to work through direct entities as well. And this is a little bit how the Green Climate Fund is shifting the strategy. We are now focusing on direct access entities. We want to work with the SME banks in countries. We want to work with the microfinance institutions in country. We want to work with the equity funds that some middle income countries like Brazil has in order for them to really crowd in. And we will continue working with the international banks and the development banks on hopefully bringing innovation and scale because they have the capacity to do that. So we are indeed, I would say, very pleased with our success, but we are only starting because, I mean, while 13 billion is quite a large portfolio, and out of that, a third is private sector, the needs are huge. And we talked about the trillions that Tatiana mentioned right at the beginning. So we believe that we need to work in at three levels. The first level is which are the barriers for blended finance to work. And Maria provided a few examples. A lot of those barriers are policy barriers, either because we don't have the right regulation, or because you don't have the right incentives, or because you need a taxonomy that would make things work. GCF has what we call our readiness window, where each country could access up to $4 million for our 4-year programming and use those in the areas that would allow more climate finance to flow. It would allow the NDCs to become more operational into investment plans. So that is a window that I believe could also be used in a more intentional way to support blended finance and to indeed get the country ready to attract more of that. The second window that also I believe adds a lot of value is the project preparation. Sometimes because we are fiduciary holders of public money, we have standards that are not always easy to comply, either because of safeguards, or because our policies, or because we just became too comfortable and we are not doing fit for purpose. We're doing one size fits all. And that is one self criticism of the GCF. We are now providing a window where our entities could access up to $3 million of project preparation. That is for baseline indicators. But beyond those, we hope that capabilities are instilled in those organizations, that through going through our sometimes onerous and painful process, entities learned and improve their capabilities. But we also need to make sure that we are flexible, that we don't remain rigid in that angle. And the last is when we bring our transactions. So we don't make direct investments so far. We do our investment through partners, parcerias. This is extremely important for us. But we have about 118 partners, but not all of them are programming. In Brazil, we have three. We have BNDES, we have Caixa Federal, and we have Fumbio. But Brazil, we could have more private sector. We could have other entities that could be accredited. We have realized that our accreditation became so complex that we have recently launched a project-based accreditation to expedite. With our new leadership from Mafalda, who is a Portuguese speaking, and I'm so sorry she was not able to come. She would have loved to be here, but Brazil is going to keep us together because we've got G20 and COP coming up for the next 2 years. So we're going to see a lot of Brazil. You're going to see a lot of us. But beyond that, Mafalda is very committed for shifting GCF into becoming a 50 billion fund by 2030, but also streamlining and improving access, catalyzing more private capital, and working with the most vulnerable in every single part. For us, indigenous communities, for us, youth, for us, small island development states, least developed countries, African states are extremely important. So we need to also shift and do more fit for purpose. We cannot just do the big project and the big bureaucracy for a 10 million local project or a 500 million private equity. We really need to move and do it. Now, I do believe that our contributors are somehow giving us the benefit of the doubt. We have recently received $12.5 billion of a pledge that we're going to use between 2024 and 2027. So we hope we improve. We hope we're able to really deliver on our mission. But most importantly, we hope we continue working together in this very open collaboration in making blended finance truly scalable, but most importantly, focus on the impact and the anchor of helping countries do climate change in an action-oriented way. Thank you, Tatiana.
Obrigada, thank you. Obrigada, Henry.
Thank you very much, Henry, for this great contribution. Congratulations for this adaptation of the fund. We are together and we hope that this new vision works. Mafalda took over this year and she brought this new vision. I hope that you can implement this. With this priority that we established in G20, I hope that we can contribute towards a better access to this fund. I hope that we can mobilize even more capital. I think this is the ideal time. We only have 15 minutes. We were a little bit late in the beginning, but I would like to introduce Danny Alexander. It's a great honor to have you here. Sir Danny Alexander is the Vice President of Strategic Policies of the Investment Bank and Infrastructure, Asian Investment Bank and Infrastructure. Brazil is a member of this bank. It is a bank that will also be working with us in the financial track of G20. And we requested Danny to come here and to give us the final words. Unfortunately, we're not going to have time for questions, but we will have it during the coffee break as good Brazilians that we are. I would like you to show us how the multilateral banks are working with the instruments of blended finance. And this view of the system that we have been discussing in the G20, how the multilateral banks are structuring for this. And particularly the AIIB's vision. And in the view of the AIIB and the view of the multilateral development banks, how are they fundamental actors for blended finance? How are you contributing for this mobilization of capital? Could you say a few words to us, Sir Danny Alexander? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eu falo muito pouco português, so
I speak very little Portuguese.
Thank you very much for this invitation. And Brazil is a very important member of AIB. We're really delighted to have you as part of the bank since the very beginning, one of the founding members. And we're looking forward also to working more closely, both to support Brazil's development and also to support your G20 presidency. So it's really an honor to be invited to be here. As some of you may know, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is still a relatively young multilateral institution. We started our work in early 2016, so we're in the 8th year of our operations. When we started, we were built from the beginning with a philosophy that our president sums up as lean, clean, and green. So the green is obviously the climate dimension of this conversation, but lean also means that working in partnerships is absolutely critical to the way that we're seeking to support our members' development through financing infrastructure projects. And also we were equipped to support projects both in the public sector and the private sector from the same balance sheet. So that allows us, I think, also some flexibility in the kind of projects that we can support. And obviously in our strategy, climate finance is the most important element. We aim for at least 50% of our financing to be climate finance. And already we achieved that objective last year. So now we're working to see how can we develop our range of instruments and partnerships. And I think that's where blended finance really is important. The G20 agenda set out in the recent summit for MDBs to be bigger, better, and bolder is one I know that Brazil has been supporting and will push through in the next year. But another element of that is also to encourage the multilateral development banks to work effectively together as a system. You know, these institutions, each of them has their own mandate, each of them has their own governance. They cooperate well in some areas, but to move that to systematic cooperation is really a big kind of next step. I've just come from the heads of MDB's meeting where this was under discussion. Ilan Golfan, also well known to you as the president of the Inter-American Development Bank, is chairing that meeting now. And so to start with, increasing co-financing among the MDBs. AIB is already a leader in this respect. We're the largest co-financing partner of the World Bank and of the Asian Development Bank. But in order to make that work for clients, that also requires us to be more streamlined, have mutual recognition of standards, so that when two MDBs are working together, the client doesn't have to do everything twice. We already have that, but other MDBs need to follow. But then we also have to really expand the range of partnerships, and this is part of AIB's agenda. Henry and I were talking about the Green Climate Fund. I know you're focused more on direct access entities. I hope international institutions can still get a look in, especially new ones, in this important financing stream. But also, you know, blended finance plays a role in many different ways, mobilizing different kinds of resources, concessional resources, philanthropic resources to enable project preparation, to enable technical assistance, to enable capacity building. You know, we've also signed up this week to the capacity building coalition, which is about saying how can we mobilize in a blended way resources to help our clients build capacity to do more. And that can be governments in terms of their climate policies and business environments. It can be financial institutions. It can be development organizations, companies. To scale up climate financing to the level that is really needed requires not only MDBs to triple their financing, as is the G20 call, it also requires the private sector to be mobilized at a much greater scale than has been happening up to now. And that requires efforts which need blending also for the purpose of reducing project costs. So creating more bankable projects through project preparation and technical assistance, reducing project costs through blending different types of finance together, but also to crowd in other actors. So whether correctly or not, many large financiers perceive the risks of climate finance in developing countries to be higher. And so they expect a greater return. Or they're not willing to invest at all because they see the risks as being too high. Now, I might argue as an institution that works in these areas that these risk perceptions are inaccurate, but nonetheless, at least to get started, there is a need for blended finance to reduce risks and enable private participants to feel more comfortable to get started in investing in emerging markets and developing economies. And so that's where building partnerships, for example, AIB is building partnerships with Bloomberg Philanthropies and GEAPP to put together blended finance instruments to bring private equity participants more into climate finance in our member countries. We're working on an Asian Green Partnership Fund, which would bring together AIB, philanthropic, sovereign wealth funds, and others in order to scale equity finance for climate projects, especially renewable energy, in countries where it's difficult to prepare the projects otherwise to a level that the private sector would come into. So I think blended finance is critical in all of those areas. I think also the challenge for MDBs is how much of that risk are we willing to take for ourselves? And I think that's one of the challenges that I suspect and I hope actually that the Brazilian G20 presidency will bring out more, because you know, we as MDBs, the AAA credit rating is very important in order to borrow cheaply in the markets and then pass that on to our clients. That's an important part of the MDB business model. But nonetheless, also we have the capacity through our relationships with our members, through the skills we have to de-risk projects, I think, to take some of that risk onto ourselves. And that's something where MDBs have had a mixed record over the years, honestly. And so I think that's where, by blending resources together, by bringing philanthropic resources or grant resources or resources from special funds like the Green Climate Fund, that those things together can allow the right level of risk to be there to really crowd in the private sector at a much greater scale. So I think blended finance is important at all these different levels. AIB is ambitious to develop its blended finance portfolio. We've developed a new department whose job is to mobilize resources of different kinds for blending with our projects. It's something that we engage with other MDBs a lot on. It's a key part of this agenda that the MDBs are working on together. So you might say we don't have a great track record so far, though I think AIB has already done some interesting things in this space. But I think there is a strong sense of purpose and commitment among the MDBs to see this as a tool which can help us to deliver the climate finance at the scale that is being requested. So I hope that you, as the G20 presidency and the G20 under your leadership, will hold our feet to the fire, will hold us accountable. That's what you should do, but I think the momentum is really in the right direction. Thank you.
Obrigada. Obrigada, Dani. Quantos minutos nós temos? Ah, ainda temos alguns minutos, então a gente ainda...
We still have a few minutes. Okay, I think we can I think we can make a few comments. I have a comment that I would like to make at the end, but I think I'm going to make it now. And you can speak a minute about this. From this discussion, and taking Danny's words that brought to us this idea of MDBs as a system, we in fact have this proposal of building a roadmap for multilateral development banks, for bigger, better, and bolder multilateral development banks. This was a determination of our hybrids. We're going to work with you, with the heads of MDBs, and also with all of the members, and actually with many consultations that we're going to have with the government, with the society. This is our purpose. And I think it's clear that making blended finance is much more than joining and gathering capital or de-risking, making guarantees, structures of first loss, gathering private, public, third sector investments, or philanthropy and private sector investments. I think we really have to rethink the projects, rethink what it means to work on climate projects or sustainable development projects. And when there are externalities, they must not only be covered by public sector or philanthropies. I think we have to be bolder. The MDBs are also part of this, but the private sector is part of this as well. And I think that's what we notice. Now we have to reset our mindsets, give a new meaning, reclaim it. And blended finance is interesting because, as very clearly shown by the discussion here, there are many perceptions of blended finance. The limits are not very clear. We can have a more restricted definition of blended finance with philanthropies, grants. But as Luciana said, BNDES does blended finance for a long time. And we in the Ministry of Finance, we're looking for creative solutions, working with the central bank to rethink blended finance, the support and the regulatory and financial structures in this area. So within this overview, I think I'm going to give you a final minute for you to comment, whatever you wish to comment on what was mentioned. Blended finance is much more than just blending capitals. I would like to mention on one of the quotes of Ilana. She said that the private sector requires the same return, and this has to change. When we discuss with the client, the clients said, I'm going to make, client says, I'm going to make the energy transition as long as it does not cost much. They have to understand that the capital in some moments is going to have a smaller return. There's no blended finance that can reduce the cost of capital or reduce the risk in some points. I think we as banks, as MDBs, BNDES is the highest fund of energy in Brazil, the biggest fund of energy in Brazil. Brazil wouldn't have the infrastructure that it has or the energy generation or transmission that it has without BNDES. I think we have to use this collective power of state banks to push the private sector to invest with less return. To the point. Thank you very much. You took 2 minutes. In the matter of being more ambitious, we also have to be more critical with the financial instruments that we offer today in Brazil. BNDES is doing a lot, but I think we have very few guarantees. The financial instruments are relatively limited in Brazil, and we need a more frank and more collaborative conversation, a joint space with the financial system, including not only the traditional banking system. We have more opportunity with the asset managers, the investors, the insurance companies. As I said in the beginning, there's no magical solution to everything. So the different sectors have different types of risks, and the type of blend in the solution has to be appropriate for the situation. I think there's also an issue of ambition, and you say, if I want to scale my solution, some things are not going to be blended. As Harry was saying, there are risks that are not necessarily treated by blended finance. But the having instruments that could be more flexible or that could rethink the risk of capital of the banks, how the banks can operate with the risks that are not necessarily but that do not necessarily belong to the financial market. We have to open up this conversation. Sometimes we want to promote state policies that focus only on the sector. And when we talk to the financial sector, we do not extend this conversation. I think we have to see things as a whole. So a message to the private sector, a message to the public sector. Ilana, we have talked a lot about the pains of the small entrepreneurs without benchmarking. So we have Francisco here from Bioverse. We have dozens of small entrepreneurs that are trying to thread new paths. I can see entrepreneurs of 4 years that are trying to access a grant of 150,000 reais. So we're trying to get philanthropies and investment banks reach the small entrepreneurs. There is a lot of small entrepreneurs, and we need those investment banks to reach them. They are going to look for you. Thank you, Ilana.
Thank you.
Harry.
It's hard to say at the end repeat it, but I would like to they say two things. On the public side, let's not reinvent more taxonomies. Let's not do a lot more because there's already a lot. Let's see how we actually ease access, and this is included for us. On the private side, capitalism has to have a reset. And I think maximization only of profits might not be the business model. Profit making could be there, but it could also be there with with more rational expectations of the risk reward, and impact should also be included in that sort of equation of how things are done. So we really need to think differently. But also, I believe that if blended has to work, we need to go mainstream. You need to find ways in the mainstream because otherwise things stay at a very small scale. Thank you.
Obrigada, muito bom. Dani.
So, blended. So in the climate transition, the two key words are speed and scale. And so blended finance is not about making bad projects look good. It's about increasing the volume of good projects that are bankable and can be financed. And so we have to really think about how we're using each kind of resource properly to achieve that goal. It's about saying, I mean, I think the idea of forgetting the profit motive is a fine sentiment, but I think in reality we have to we have to use the blended resources to create the high quality bankable projects that can then attract the finance. Governments have a role to ensure that the regulatory regime and policy regime is correct so that those risks are reduced. Then blended finance can play a role in crowding in additional capital that isn't there otherwise. It can play a role in making projects more affordable sometimes, which is also critical, especially in today's financial conditions for many developing countries around the world. But we've got to think about how we use these resources to increase the size of the cake, to increase the number of projects that can be financed, because that's how blended finance is going to contribute properly to the transition.
Obrigada. Grande desafio, né, de preparação de projetos e torná-los
Well,
bancáveis.
great challenge, right? Making the projects bankable. I would like to thank you and ask for a round of applause to our panelists. And also I would like to thank our team at the Ministry of Finance, Ivan and Aline. Thank you very much.
Vamos, vamos.
Boa tarde, boa tarde. Nós temos outro painel agora às 3 horas. Vou pedir para, por favor, liberar o palco.
Good afternoon. We will have another panel at 3 p.m. If I can ask you to please exit the stage area. Thank you very much.
Pres... Eu estou em inscrição totalmente, subsecretária lá. Olá!
Muito obrigado. Você é uma análise. Faltam 5 minutos.
Vamos sentar aqui, ó. Eu já vou pedir para colocar no tá?
Tá legal.
Pessoal, por favor, vamos liberar aqui a entrada para o próximo painel. Obrigada, obrigada. Ai, desculpa, eu demorei. Você fone móvel para ela. Tá bom? Tá bom? Aí a senhora senta aqui ou aqui? Olá, tudo bem? Olá, oi, tudo bem? Você vai também nessa pode ficar aqui, ó. Porque a gente tem uma pessoa ainda para chegar, a gente coloca ela lá naquela ponta. Quem que é a pessoa? Hã? Quem é a Juliana? Maica? Desculpa. Eu vou deixar esse microfone para ela.
do lado do governo, dizer assim,
É,
olha,
o que eu posso
o
dizer é que o
REM vai
Estado está
estruturando.
começando um processo de discussão.
Isso,
né?
isso, e que está sendo apoiado.
Ó,
E aí,
pega-
eu vou perguntar, só comentar um pouco no briefing, mas perguntar sobre o tema da questão do como que o REM está ajudando,
Uhum.
de um lado, e depois o outro, como que o mercado. Fazer duas perguntas, segundo, tá?
Vou só- vai dar uma tá? Porque tá ali, lá dentro,
Eu queria que você marcasse 5 minutos, que a gente faz duas rodadas.
eu posso marcar 30 minutos para terminar o painel, 15, 5 e 10. Tem alguém da sua equipe?
Vai falar 5 para você, com que
É bom cantar. Tá só 3. Quando faltar
Não, 5. Eu faço uma fala, cada um tem 5 minutos, depois outro vai falar.
perfeito. Aí eu faço o tempo inteiro ali.
Você faz o 30 e 5.
Não, no tempo nosso, para acabar o painel, ela já vem. Depois de 5, então, vamos lá? Cada dia tá? Tentar falar mais devagar, porque a gente... Vou botar na água com a minha garganta. Tá no canal. Então, vamos beber água, porque minha garganta... Parece uma bebendo. Um saco na boca. Eu comi peixe. Você comeu? Tudo tem curry.
Muito seco.
Empilada.
Ah, que bom. Ah,
Tá valendo, salve. Tá valendo? Alô, boa tarde a todas e a todos. Meu nome é Virgílio Viana.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Virgilio Viana. I am the president of the Sustainable Amazon Foundation. I'd like to welcome you to this session. Just to make sure you're in the right spot, today we're going to talk about jurisdictional RED Plus and the voluntary carbon markets for the Brazilian Amazon. How are we going to finance the transition, the ecological transition in Brazil? So it's a pleasure to have 4 panel members with us. We're waiting for one more person to get here. We have people who are very interesting. I thank you for being here, and I'm going to introduce each and every single one of you. But before I do that, I'd like to say that the topic of RED is very old. For those who've been around for a while, such as Daniel, I see here, I've been working with this topic since 2005, actually, at the Montreal COP, when I was introduced to the idea of RED with just one D. It was introduced by Bolivia, Papua New Guinea, and Costa Rica. And Brazil was opposed to it at the time. It was against creating a mechanism for forests because at the time they believed there were no consistent methodologies to do so, and RED could be a way for us to not really look at the energy problems. And since starting in 2009, we had this huge expectation that everything was ready to go. And then it was highly frustrating when we went to Copenhagen, if you were there at the COP in Copenhagen, because we weren't really quite ready. And then 2015, Paris Agreement, and hope was back up. And over the past been a series of novelties, and I'm sure this panel is going to walk us through it. So we will split this into 2 parts. First, we're going to look at government mechanisms for RED Plus. Ligia was going to open. She is the general coordinator of the RED Early Movers, RAM in English. So they were the ones who started this program. It's a program that's from the German and the British government to support the states that are going to develop RED programs. And she will go more in depth into it. It's already at a second level in Mato Grosso. It's already present as well in other states of the Amazon. It's financed by the German government, and it has seen very interesting advances. Ligia is the general coordinator for Mato Grosso State RAM, and she's going to give us an initial analysis. Tell us, what do you think are the main advances, evolutions of RAM? You can describe it quickly if you want, in more detail than I just did. And what's still lacking? What would you like it to be able to include starting in 2024 during the second phase? During this RAM second phase, I'd like to add, we're going to be working with the German government to be able to implement it in the state of Mato Grosso. So when I say we, I mean the Sustainable Amazon Foundation that I represent. So please introduce yourself and you can start. Thank you, Virgilio. It's an honor being here, especially alongside these very strong women who represent the state of Mato Grosso. I think you've introduced it well. It's a network jurisdictional program for pioneers. So for all the jurisdictions that are trying to establish RED mechanisms. In the state of Mato Grosso, the first phase has lasted 5 years. We're going to the second stage. We're also going to follow Acre. They started back in 2012, yes, when the German government began their partnership with that state. And what's important about REM is that as we discuss voluntary carbon markets, it's important to emphasize that RAM is a network and jurisdictional program, but there is no carbon market per se. So this mechanism is well consolidated and has been working. It's relatively simple to be able to verify that targets were met and payments can be made. So payments are made from one government to the other. Germany has contributed and Britain has contributed as well for Mato Grosso, and the German government passes the funding to the manager. It was FUNBio for the first phase. And we go through the state government of Mato Grosso to be able to make it work. And even though there is no carbon market, we have to meet all the requirements of the RED Plus. So we have to check for benefits being well distributed, checking for any problems, any issues that might arise. And the work that we do with society allows us to minimize collateral effects. So when you're talking about profit sharing, we've established a strategy of incorporating ITO 169 to actually have a consultation with indigenous peoples. Of course, it's still not perfect. We will have to improve it for phase 2, but we have a managing board which ensures that we are executing exactly what was agreed upon. And resources reach these communities through specific projects, and all these projects are monitored. So we can check that safeguards are being respected. That's a very important item. And with the data that we get from this monitoring, we're also able to help the government improve its public policies because we have information, general information that they can use. And this is the main difference between private projects or specific projects that are not long lasting. So we've been working with family agriculture, we've improved the discussion around policies to protect indigenous peoples, it's made a difference. And I think this is the path forward. We have to continue making these discussions happen during the second phase. Well, for the first phase, we had a specific indigenous person working. In the second phase, we're going to include a committee to represent traditional peoples and looking specifically at women, because I think during the first phase, we were still lacking that essential role of integrating women, or the essential aspect of women being integrated into the project. And we've worked on it for 5 years. We're still going to continue working to care for indigenous communities, land, empowering them. So this is what we hope to do in the future. Thank you, Ligia. I just want to highlight what you mentioned, which is that idea of improving public policies, because during its current design, RAM is able to support the state government in improving its public policies. And another lesson learned is the fact that it doesn't go through the government's budget, which is highly bureaucratic. And I can say this as former environmental secretary for the state of the Amazon. It's always so bureaucratic. So the fact of having FUNBio makes it less bureaucratic. And you're going to use the same entity for the second phase. So that's important. And of course, working on other aspects, family agriculture, integrating indigenous peoples. It's very interesting. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass the floor to Eliane Shunakalo. She is a very important indigenous leader in our Senate. She is the president of FIPOIMT, which is the Mato Grosso Federation of Indigenous Peoples and Organizations. So yet another powerful woman to be up with us at this panel. Eliana, you've been looking at what RAM has accomplished since the beginning. I ask the same question. What has been positive and what is still lacking? Or what do you hope will get done? Good afternoon. RAM has brought lots of advances. One of them was the consultation process that lasted 2 years. It was led by my federation and other organizations as well as ICV, such as ICV. And I think this is an improvement because we didn't do it as is done traditionally with simple consultation, but we had an ongoing process. Also, the fact that we have indigenous leaders included, that's very important because it's in the governance system that you're able to decide where the resources are going to. So having someone there is important. And that's where we're also going to decide how operations are going to happen, delays, deadlines, etc. So this is an improvement as well. We've been working with RAM for 6 years in the state of Mato Grosso, and we began a conversation and a dialogue with the state of Mato Grosso through this project. We are asked to talk and negotiate with them. So we've been able to establish this dialogue. It's still not ideal, but it's there. And I think these are the improvements that we need to consider, aside as well from all the projects we are able to build and develop with the indigenous people. So all the way from being able to grow animal protein, craft. They are projects that are based on our people's needs, and our federation represents the 43 indigenous peoples who are present in Mato Grosso. We have 21 affiliated associations who work with us, and we cover 7 regions of our state. So a state that has lots of the country's indigenous peoples, 3 biomes. And the program is also looking at the idea of safeguards. We've been discussing the fact that we need to be heard not just during public consultations, but what they hear from us needs to be translated into facts. We need to be heard. So I think in terms of sharing this management, that's something that needs to evolve even more. I know it's not up to RAM to decide that, but I think it is important that we be able to bring sensitive topics because RAM is there to fight deforestation, but us indigenous peoples, we do not cause deforestation. Quite the contrary, we keep the forest standing. We keep these biomes alive, and this needs to be talked about specifically when deforestation is up. This is a challenge we have. These are the sensitive issues that are difficult to talk to the state about. But I think through this program, we might be able to create a bridge to be able to talk about issues that affect us, illegal mining, etc. The challenge now is to be able to give continuity to the current projects, increase indigenous participation, and also look at flexibility. So we know there are very clear and strict guidelines for funders, for financing, but we need to make sure that our basic associations should have access to these funding, to the funding as well, because sometimes it's not very accessible to us. So this is a challenge we have, but I also think we can provide lots of solutions that might be able to be implemented through the RAM program. And despite some demands and some difficulties we might have, because we are participating, because we are involved, we're able to see that the safeguards are being kept, are being respected. From what you said, I'd like to highlight that we have 3 biomes in the Amazons, in Mato Grosso, so the Amazon, but also Pantanal and Cerrado. So in terms of the landscape, it's quite complex and quite unique compared to other Amazon states. Another point you mentioned is that RAM empowered indigenous organizations to establish a dialogue with local government, creating room for the debate to for a dialogue to happen, for conversations to happen. So I think this is an important point that I wrote down from your comments. And finally, the continuity of these projects and the capacity for indigenous organizations to self-manage. This is a general topic, not only valid for the Amazon region, but all institutions who represent indigenous peoples should be capable of managing their own projects. So they need to be strengthened so they can manage resources that come through the RAM program or other resources. So let me give the floor now to Alice Tolt. I don't know how you pronounce your name. I had a very hard time with the name Marriott for the hotel chain, and I decided, well, we're not longer going to call it Marriott. We'll just change how we pronounce it. So I have a hard time with your name as well, Alice Told. You are the director of an institute from Mato Grosso, which is very important for the state, the Instituto Centro e Vida. You are the civil society representative at Kona Red Plus. And so I ask the same question to you in terms of the RAM mechanism. As civil society representative, what is positive and what was positive for you, and what do you see as possible evolutions that you'd like to have?
Good afternoon. Trying here to cover good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I work for an organization, and you mentioned the complexity, the fact there are three biomes in the region, and the fact that Mato Grosso is almost a fourth biome in itself. So we have this peculiarity in Mato Grosso, which is a bit different from other Amazon states. And oftentimes we sum up Mato Grosso, or we label Mato Grosso as output versus deforestation. Quite often we see Mato Grosso through the lenses of agribusiness, and the state is way beyond that. And why am I saying that? The programs such as the Red Early Movers should take these complexities into account. Mato Grosso is not only about deforestation, not only about agribusiness, 43 indigenous communities, including several benefits. I also come from the very beginning of REM, and I am so proud to share the panel with female leaders that were at the very beginning of the process. And even before touching upon the REM program, I wanted to talk about the state of Mato Grosso in the relationship with the program. Mato Grosso has been implementing RED for 10 years. So we have the RED early movers experience, but also a background in fundraising, 11 years. So we have lessons learned in terms of what works and what do not work. And then the 11 years are permeated by some milestones, such as the RED legislation that was passed on 10 years ago, 2 years of concession, 6 months of consultation. Then we had the PCI launched during COP in Paris. We had the signature of the partnership for 25 million to be allocated via REM. And to reply to your question, indeed, we had several positive experiences with REM, namely one investor invested in capacity building and put together a very serious program. So it is possible to invest in a government as the one of the state of Mato Grosso to implement projects, reinforce monitoring, reinforce the oversight in the state of Mato Grosso, which improved greatly in the past 10 years, becoming more transparent. And I will repeat what has been mentioned here, but one of the positive results is the joint construction together with the Indigenous Federation of an indigenous program. I mean, today this is very clear, but 15 years ago, 10 years ago, it was not evident. It was obvious that we should have an indigenous program built upon by indigenous communities. So it is a huge achievement. On the other side, there are challenges, of course. If we want to touch upon REM outcomes and the gaps, we needed to mention the increase in deforestation. We are very lucky to have PRODOS data informed at the COP, and we know deforestation in the Amazon increased by 8%, in the state of Mato Grosso, while it was reduced in the Cerrado biome. So you see the contradiction, but this result leads us to think that REM needs to reinvent itself. All solutions are not going to come from REM. We can tie together REM and other policies such as the jurisdictional carbon credits. So we need to have a view on the legal deforestation because in Mato Grosso we had an increase in legal deforestation. So this question, this challenge becomes increasingly complex and we need to touch upon it. And another aspect is that we have a very solid and serious REM, but there is a challenge when it comes to the work between the private sector and the family farming communities, because in the state of Mato Grosso, we haven't been able to have this jurisdictional RED Plus really encouraging the participation of the private sector, and we can see this in several areas. We haven't been able to convince a part of the society so far. As a result, we can see the position of the Assembly of Mato Grosso, MPs that are under threat, activists that are under threat. The Coletivo Conserva mapped all the threats. So the difficulties we have in convincing the population will lead to speeches such as the one made from the governor criminalizing the NGO. So we need to work on that. So far, we haven't been able to convince the private sector, not the governor of the state either, to defend zero deforestation and to have incentives to end legal deforestation as well. So we need to invest in civil society, civil servants who carry out outstanding work. And while doing so, create structures that will remain over the time and contribute to the reduction of deforestation. The state of Mato Grosso has an interesting experience because it is a state fulfilled with potential. Carbon way, we see 144 million tons of carbon dioxide. It's difficult to imagine and measure this amount. But based on that, it's necessary to use the potential jurisdictional credits into concrete actions. We need to have a dialogue with the state of Mato Grosso, with the federal government, and this negotiation must be evidence-based, fact-based, because our programs are very interesting and well constructed, but they do not have the volume they should have in order to produce outcomes. So the work is being carried out correctly, but we needed to ramp up the work to go further so that we can indeed reduce deforestation and end it. That's great, Alice. Allow me to highlight your mention to the indigenous participation, which was made possible in part thanks to REM, and also what you mentioned about reducing legal deforestation, ending legal deforestation. And we can see this quite clearly when it comes to the state of Mato Grosso. We have a quite consolidated agricultural frontier. And I remember a meeting we had with the governor, Mr. Mauro Mendes, and he had a theory that was quite peculiar because for the state of Mato Grosso, they are not interested in illegal deforestation because it hampers the export of soy and other commodities. So for him, we should have a treatment that is similar to the ones we gave to cannabis. So this is what he calls perdimento. So a type of concession that would be made. And I thought it was quite strange because he's a governor very much directly linked to the agribusiness sector. But now we have someone who has a perspective from the market, from jurisdictional red. So could you please touch upon the lack of incentives to the private sector? Because we also heard that at present we have a criminalization of the NGOs by certain politicians, and this is a backward position. It is we had a parliamentarian inquiry at the Congress, and I was a victim of it, I must say. And institutions such as ICV contributed a lot to formulate this policy. So the civil society organizations are a heritage of our country. So we have to acknowledge the work carried out by civil society organizations, and they deserve a round of applause. A round of applause for the Brazilian NGOs, please. The civil society, together with social movements, can carry out advancements and push the governments forward. These organizations bring methodological innovations. They have a very positive contribution. And as mentioned, we have Juliana. In here, you worked in several areas. You worked with the Brazilian National Development Bank, with the Amazon Fund. Now you have the work with a carbon market. You are the vice president of I'm sorry, I forgot. Leaf, yes, leaf, yes. I'm so sorry. Apologies. We usually say leaf popularly, but you could please describe a bit. Juliana plays an important role in this area. And you know, Alice, you mentioned about creating incentives to the private market. And if you could please discuss this topic. We also mentioned cooperation mechanisms such as the REM. You have a different perspective. You represent the bridge with the private sector. So if you could please tell about the work at the LEAF coalition and how the market, the capital market can help us transform our economy so that it becomes more sustainable. So, in your opinion, what are the advancements of the coalition and what positive aspects you see in the horizon? Thank you very much, Virgilio. It's a pleasure to be present in a panel with you. I mean, we are partners, longtime partners such as well as Ligia and the other members of the panel. I'm sorry I'm a bit late, but I was crossing the pavilions to reach this meeting after another meeting that was kind of far from here and was a bit late as well. But I believe that the other panelists gave an overview of the situation and the current scenario. Brazil has been a pioneer when it proposed a result fundraising, which is the Amazon Fund, launched in 2005 during the COP, where we presented the idea of the Amazon Fund, a mechanism that would acknowledge the efforts undertaken by a country in order to reduce and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. And in this sense, back in time, Brazil was a pioneer. And in the first 15 years of this program, we contributed most with the mitigation. We reduced by 5 gigatons our greenhouse gas emissions, and this is equivalent to 1 year and a half of emissions of all in European Union. So you can see the extent of the outcomes achieved by the Brazilian government. Subsequently, we had the REM, which is also a payment for services program. And although funds came from international donors, we haven't been able to raise funds enough and to deliver enough results. So if we take into account the amounts that have been paid by REM and Amazon Fund of $5 per ton, if we think about the 5 gigatons, Brazil would be eligible to raise at least $25 billion. We raised 3.5 B for the Amazon Fund, and recently we had announcements from United Kingdom, Denmark, the United States, and this figure should increase. And we also had REM allocating funds to Acre and Mato Grosso, but we needed to fill the gap and close this bill because the, so, the, the global south governments have made efforts to deliver results, financial efforts to deliver results, but they have not been compensated for these efforts. So we created the Leave Coalition that intends to include a new partner in the RED agenda, especially in the jurisdictional model. More specifically, the idea is to use monitoring instruments and deforestation rate oversight to calculate the emission reduction. And based on the result per territory, we can measure the amount of funds the given territory is eligible to raise. We have a group of institutions that had requests and claims from shareholders, from the society, from the population. They were asked to undertake a commitment to decarbonize their production chains, their supply chains, and they have been not required to go beyond in their commitments. For this reason, the companies start paying attention at the model and at the initiatives available that can reply to this need, to this requirement from the stakeholders, so that the private sector can contribute to emission mitigation. The companies composing the Leave Coalition must commit to decarbonize in 50 years with metrics based on science. You know the SBDI, which is a target verification method. The companies must adhere to UN Race to Zero. And also these companies must have transparent inventories, and they are required to disclose annual reports where they present the results of their emissions. And also these companies needed to use offsetting of carbon credits. So the coalition stems from the integrity of participants. And they commit to decarbonize their chains, and they have to go beyond. We see lots of corporations operating in the voluntary carbon market. And why do I say voluntary? Because they are not in an environment that is now regulated, an environment that would legally require the compensation of the emissions via the purchase of carbon credits. There is no regulation in place. We know it's being discussed in Brazil. It's a heated discussion taking place right now about a carbon market regulation that would trigger the cap and trade system. The and this would entail huge potential because they would become legal requirements. However, the voluntary market draws these companies that wish to go beyond the investments they make in their own production chains because they might take time to reach net zero. And that's why many companies are stating they commit to reach net zero in 50-year time. So we have different years, but there is a decarbonization journey that requires considerable investment in terms of adaptation, energy transition. And in this decarbonization journey, some companies decided to compensate, to offset the emissions. They haven't been able to mitigate so far via the purchase of carbon markets. So this is a voluntary commitment that actually goes beyond the initial commitment, and as a consequence, they allocate funds and resources. So, what is the opportunity we have in Brazil and in the Brazilian states, more specifically the state of Mato Grosso? There is, you see, a window of opportunity because we have a 50-year time framework where companies have undertaken a commitment. And in parallel, we have the Brazilian government undertaking several commitments, several targets, resuming its position in complying with NDC targets that are very much focused on land use, on reducing emissions coming from deforestation. So Brazil has the possibility of drawing capital from the private market and this partnership. And there is a learning curve because we can use our EMA past experiences, the Amazon Fund experiences, and we can put it together several players and also several other players and build participative models that allow the sharing of funds and resources, and we can reinvest the funds in the form of payment for environmental services and other projects. So this is based in projects that have been carried out in the past, but now with the inclusion of a new player and pushing all these projects forward. Thank you very much. We are going to have a second round and then you can add extra information. So you mentioned about the difference between the reduction and the offsetting, how much we could have raised in terms of funds and how much we ended up raising, and the fact that the reduction afforded by and funded by the governments were not compensated by this promise of the carbon market. So there is this big gap between the reduction and the monetization of the reduction. You also mentioned that companies are not only offsetting. The companies also have a very clear engagements and commitments with well-defined and science-based methodology to go further and reduce their carbon footprint. There is a long-standing debate and there is this criticism whether the carbon market is a way to a roadscape to commitments in a certain way, but the companies that joined the Leaf Coalition have undertaken a commitment to disclose and report their initiatives in a transparent manner.
Another important topic about the jurisdictional approach, and then I'll go back to Livia, is valuing the role of states. In the case of RAM, the state or the subnational government was a protagonist, and the jurisdictional approach used by LEAF values the roles of states because it is the states who are going to draw their baselines, etc. So it's innovative. And if you've been around for a while, you know that there was a struggle because the federal government didn't want to give subnational governments more possibilities of taking ownership. And I think that what you've showed and talked about reinforces the protagonism of states, of subnational governments. So now let's talk about carbon markets. This topic is not directly related to RAM, but RAM indirectly is helping to build capacities in the environmental secretariats for the state of Mato Grosso to develop such a program. So how do you see the interface between the two mechanisms? Financing on the one hand and a carbon market program. It's so positive to hear from all of you because I think the program speaks as of itself. Today, in order to have a payment for environmental services system that's well consolidated, I think this is something we want to develop in Mato Grosso. We're having some interference with the mics. I think Mato Grosso State is waiting for the legislation for a voluntary carbon market to be established, but taking care not to do the math twice. What do I mean by that? Today, with the program's investments, even though they might not be as big as other funds, such as the Amazon Fund, we were able since 2019 to work with 240 million reais that have been distributed to more than 144 social organizations. And this doesn't count, this is not counting resources that funded direct deforestation. We should invest in other strategies to reduce legal deforestation as well. And I think opportunities such as LEAF are complementary, and RAM has been opening its doors and organizing the necessary structure. So today, we have more than 30,000 people who benefit from the program, 144 social organizations, as I mentioned, more than 60 indigenous communities are benefiting from it with very well organized data, maps, etc. So this gives us strength to go to the next phase. It gives us a baseline from which we can discuss propositions for LEAF, and it shows that we can start the discussion on voluntary carbon markets, being careful enough to make sure that well-consolidated mechanisms be hindered in the process. In a jurisdictional program, we have to be very careful to respect all safeguards so we won't have a negative impact. So this is something we need to highlight in the case of voluntary carbon markets, especially private markets. And I think Eliane will be able to mention the problem for the indigenous peoples, which is something that she will discuss. And maybe how can we structure our government, our organization, to make sure that the carbon market will not lead us to have problems and will not come to have a negative impact on what we've already started doing.
Cortou aqui? Beleza. A fala da Lígia, ela
I think Ligia draws attention to a very important topic. The RAM mechanism does not evolve the issuing of credits. So it's an incentive. It's not a credit that's going to be traded. This is an important topic we should highlight. Also, you mentioned that it helped to be able to structure a series of safeguards and various institutions in order to carry out the objective of the program, which was a program for pioneers. So we have kind of prepared the territory, the land, the associations, all of them are now prepared to be able to benefit from other programs. Eliane, on the same topic, we are seeing in Brazil and all over the world lots of people, which we call carbon cowboys. They're not always very Republican or very ethical, and they try to have agreements with indigenous peoples, and that can be quite complicated. So what is your perspective? And what is part of the solution, in your opinion, as an indigenous leader? How can we take advantage of this opportunity to make sure that we are working on improving indigenous people's lives, livelihood, development? I think it's very important to have this kind of conversation. And I think, Juliana and Ligia, it would be even more interesting if we could take this kind of dialogue to the state governments. The problem with the carbon cowboys is the harassment that leaders are having. So lots of people who are there to just talk about contracts without looking at the safeguards. So millions of reais, which do not consider our time, the time that it takes for us to understand what is being proposed, if it's going to be good for our own land in the long term. So I think our leaders need to be in a position where they can make a decision, and they will only be able to make a decision if their time is respected, if we respect that they need time. How can we do that? We need a consultation protocol. This is necessary. This is a requirement. If there isn't going to be a consultation protocol, then there is no respect. There is no legislation for this. I now am part of Kona Red, and I know that when there is no legislation, things are rushed. We feel like people are rushing us to sign contracts, that negotiations have to happen, but our leaders see this as a process. It needs to be validated, it requires regulation, it needs certification. Everything has to be very well discussed. And another important thing, Virgilio and ladies who are here with me, we don't only want to be beneficiaries. We want to be co-participants. It is our land. We are the ones keeping the biomes standing and alive. So we should be there to earn these credits, but as co-participants. I want my logo to be there alongside that of the other collaborators. So we need to see that the indigenous peoples need to be ahead of the process because we're the ones keeping these biomes alive. The jurisdictional process or system and RED, it has to be used as a strategy, but it does not mean that it can replace public policy and the discussion around public policies. So we've seen that this kind of jurisdictional system does exist in our state, but what about public policies? Where are the other resources that we should be getting to keep the forest standing up? And we don't want the government to use this to say, oh, well, we've done our part, so that he doesn't feel like his work is done and he can abstain from providing other things that he should provide. So we need to talk about safeguards. We need to involve all the communities. And I dare say, looking at Laura, who is here, she is a Quilombola, from a former slave community from Mato Grosso as well. I think we have to also include them in this conversation because they are also guardians and of our biome. So they need to be at the table to discuss all of these matters with us. And we have to be very much involved also in the leaf discussion. We currently are not. I know Mato Grosso has sent a proposition, but I don't know what it looks like. But more than 16% of land in Mato Grosso is indigenous land. So we should be heard. We should know about this proposition. And when you make a consultation, it needs to be before a proposal is sent, not afterwards. We have to respond to the request from our leaders, our indigenous leaders, and it doesn't just have to do with value, with price. It has to do with living well, with well-being, with respect. And a lot of the time, these cowboys do not respect this. So this is what we have to safeguard when we're trying to establish the carbon markets, considering all the actors as stakeholders, not just beneficiaries. We have to be protagonists. We are here to defend our land and we want to be co-participants. We need to be at the negotiation table, not to talk about rights, not to talk about territory, but to say exactly what should be done and how things should be done.
Ótima fala. Eu acho que você enfatiza muito bem esse desafio do empoderamento.
Great. I think you've shown very well how important it is to empower. So when Ligia talks about the new phase of RAM, I think we need to see your talk as a source of inspiration. So this idea that you're not just going to be consulted, but you're going to participate in the decision-making process. This is the difference. Indigenous peoples as protagonists. Another point you mentioned, which is worth highlighting, is that RED shouldn't be a solution for everything. We've defended this for a very long time. Other public policies should exist in the areas of education, health, and others. And finally, this idea of participating in the final decision-making process. So when the state government sends a proposal, it's important for the proposal to include the indigenous peoples in the process, not afterwards. And finally, the consultation process. So I give the floor now to Alice, who is with inside Kona Red. Maybe this should be part of the second phase of RAM, how to elaborate consultation processes in indigenous land to constitute carbon markets. Maybe Alice can tell us what's already been done in that sense and what should still be done, and anything you might want to add as well. I'm checking to see if we have anyone from the Ministry of the Environment, but we don't. I think currently, in terms of carbon market emissions, RED, all of that, we see very clearly what the limitations are for small private projects. And I say small, quote unquote, but limited projects. There were many publications in The Guardian showing the difficulties we have today for these projects. They are certified projects. And so if you look superficially, you might be able to tick all the boxes, all the safeguards, but this did not protect us from having projects that weren't well implemented, that were violating rights, and that had no consistent environmental aspects. So this is something that we now have a clear vision of. We need other things to be very well defined. And if there is an emission markets for RED in Brazil, then we need to take care of it a little bit better. And Kona Red has a very important role to play. Kona Red began this year, at the end of the year, actually. So it just started working now. There are 3 working groups that are going to have civil society participation. And we are participating in many networks to try and pass this information on. It's very open to participation, but it's still an ongoing process. So we need it ready for yesterday, and it's still not ready. So we'll have to wait. I have this idea that maybe it's a very personal perspective, but I think right now we are not where we need to be able to have a carbon emissions market in these areas. For small projects, unfortunately, RED will not be able to benefit them. I don't think this is bad of itself. Maybe you could help with a jurisdictional program, but it's still not very clear how it's really going to work for these small projects. So a lot needs to be defined. Indigenous populations need to be part of the definition. And this gives us a new chance to improve the instruments we already have. So Kona Red, but also to look at the profit sharing program for the state of Mato Grosso. So if today we need to have legal deforestation included, if today we need to see and map what's happening outside of RAM, such as legal reserves, mining programs, then civil society needs to be included to ensure that when we do profit sharing, we're going to take all of this into account and we're really going to be sharing benefits in a way as to address these issues. So we will only have a market that works So the market can only work if it's constructed, built together. In this sense, the initiatives of civil society, being able to translate all these documents, it's essential for us to do that. And it's something that needs to be done for yesterday, but we still need investment. We still need more work to be done so that we can be ready. And many initiatives in in the Brazilian civil society already do that, but this needs to be strengthened.
Ótimo, Alice. A gente tem aí
That's great. Alice, thank you. So you mentioned the criticism made by The Guardian and all the critics made to the carbon credit market that wouldn't be consistent. It was a turmoil. And we have a negative consequence and a positive aspects. The negative aspect is you had all this negative impact, but on the good side, we were able to share the methodologies and many things, and we could give visibility to it. And you put this as a challenge to CONARED, where you have lots of working groups, and these methodologies should be made national in a certain way, adapted to the Brazilian scenario, and we can have some references. The same thing we did to the forestry mechanism that has been adapted to the Brazilian scenario. As to the alphabet soup you mentioned, the several documents that you have, we need to take all the pieces of this alphabet to understand what is more appropriate for the indigenous community so that we can actually engage in qualified participation, or otherwise the participation will be rather cosmetic, where people are in place but they have no elements, they don't have the necessary background to participate. And just to conclude the round, because we are approaching the end of our session, how do you see the contribution of Leaf Coalition to solving the problems identified here, problems that have to deal with the empowering of social movements, the boldness of safeguards? How do you see the contribution Leaf can make to this process? Thank you, Virgílio. Difficult to reply to your question, but I think it's possible. There are solutions available. And an important step is empowering social movements. In my opinion, in Brazil, we have a legacy of empowering. In each and every COP, we have an increasing indigenous participation, especially female leaders, and I'm always quite impressed by this. And this is one example amid many others examples I could name. The creation of FEPOINT, the indigenous organization, the participatory processes that have been created and improved year by year, semester by semester, every meeting. Eliana and I, we had the honor to attend two meetings as representatives of LEAF, and we joined you in a meeting of FEPOIMI. We had bilateral meetings as well via Zoom with Eliane and other FEPOINT leaders, also with Alice, who is an important partner of social movements. So this is a challenge for all of us, translating knowledge and conveying knowledge to more leadership to the youth so that the knowledge spreads. You see the indigenous communicators, you see the youth is drawn by this idea of replicating knowledge. I remember a workshop we had, it was a RAM balance, and we had the infographics from a previous meeting. And all the workshop was based on understanding the previous infographics and building new infographics. So I think we have to replicate knowledge. We need to participate in the process on site or remotely. So this is a commitment undertaken by the Live Commission, not only Mato Grosso, but in other states as well. Something else I can touch upon, and it's an initiative adopted by the coalition. You know, when we created the coalition, we didn't expect financial support to technical assistance. The coalition committed to channel funds from payments for environmental services, so pay and compensate these services between 2022 and 26, eventually extending the period, but the public bidding covered jurisdictions that intended to start a cooperation in this period between 2022 and 26. And once the jurisdictions have been identified and expressed their interest, the state of Mato Grosso and 7 other states in the Liga and Amazon region made a public announcement, and the interested parties expressed their interest. It was not formal, but there was a call so that we could engage in dialogue. And several national and subnational organizations responded to the public call, informing that they had monitoring technologies, they had oversight systems, environmental safeguarding, they had different tools, instruments, systems, and perspectives. So it was a first X-ray. We were able to identify the partners who were interested in engaging in dialogue, and we understood if they were equipped with interesting tools. We can make an analogy. We have the flirting, the dating, and the marriage. We are now flirting with the Brazilian states because we heard the expressions of interest. The next step would be dating. So we are gonna sign terms and conditions, and we will have commercial and strategic components as part of a process of negotiation, and it might include a commitment undertaken by the state to launch a participatory system that will lead us to the marriage certificate. It is called RPA, Emission Reduction Purchase Agreement, ERPA, which would be the certificate of marriage, so as to say. It is a future step, and at LEAF, we are not in a rush. And we are criticized because we're not in a rush, especially criticized by the ones who wish to buy the carbon credit. And, you know, I also work for an organization that coordinates LIFE. And one of my challenges is to work on the anxiety that exists from some stakeholders that want to marry the other partners without losing sight of the flirting. So I have to kind of tie all parties together, find a balance, and channel the funds that will pay for the services provided by the country and by the states. We have no sound, it's back. So we will conclude with this atmosphere of flirting, dating, romance, love is in the air. So I hope that all parties will be careful. And I wanted to highlight four aspects before we conclude. We have in the state of Mato Grosso a foundation work with REM that will eventually lead to the marriage. Other states that did not rely on REM so far should experience it because it's good for preparation. Secondly, how important it is to empower social movements, civil society organizations that represent several stakeholders and traditional communities. And they should not only be consulted, they also should be able to take decisions. And the third aspect is to value the role played by NGOs, civil society organizations that have technical contributions to make. Alice mentioned her contributions in the context of CONARED, her work with REM, and also the dialogue with our bride, Juliana. And finally, I mean, it's important to be very careful in this process. It's important to be very transparent, which is not easy actually, because on the one side you think you're being transparent, on the other side people ask you to be even more transparent, so it's difficult to find a balance. And another aspect that was mentioned here is the need to improve the legal framework. So there is legal uncertainty. We have the legislation that is about to being voted by the Brazilian Congress. We also have the consultation protocol that was referred to in here, the safeguards, and another topic that is important and we haven't touched upon, but I wanted to highlight it, is the harmonization between states. On the one side, it is good to have a jurisdictional approach that values the role played by the state. On the other hand, you cannot have a given state being more demanding than the other state with this inconsistency. So I believe that some organizations, such as the Consortium of Governors, the CGF, I think that they can be how somehow the players that will allow us to make this consultation and to find a balance and a harmonization between states. So it was a very fruitful discussion. I'd like to thank you all for being here, and I hope that we can further discuss over coffee. We have coffee for free, and if you want to make donations to Fepoini, they are accepting 1 million per cup of coffee. You're all invited to make your donations. Thank you.
Ok. Boa tarde, pessoal.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Vamos nos acomodando, vamos começar o painel.
Let's take your seats, please.
Tá, ela tá com o dedo quebrado. Ali, ó. Aquela ali que tá de terno preto atrás ali. De ó. Aqui, ó. Não, não, aqui, ó. Obrigada. Não, ai, tá com o dedo quebrado. É. Vamos lá, gente.
Let's get started.
Boa tarde, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yande Carúdio, Amacrimei, mas Beidalé, Ieraquemo, Memburá.
Good afternoon in every possible language.
Bem-vindos, bem-vindas, bem-vindes.
Welcome,
Estamos
everyone.
iniciando o nosso painel.
We will start our panel.
Demora, eu gostaria de convidar
I would like to invite
e a nossa
our
presidente,
host
Wapichana.
and the president of FUNAI, Joênia.
Muito obrigada, Janete.
Thank you very much, Janete. Good afternoon.
Eu gostaria de agradecer
First of all, I'd like to thank you for being here. I would like to thank our panelists who accepted to join the session. People asked me what you're going to talk about. I said several issues pertaining to the COP and why am I going to touch upon certain aspects. You know, we had the hottest days on record this year, including in Brazil, but especially in the Amazon, but also in other countries. We saw the worsening of the climate crisis. So the question is what we're going to do about it. What topics should we address? So this afternoon, we will try and think about the possible contributions to be made by the indigenous peoples. And what can we say about the resilience, the resistance, and the persistence of the indigenous people? This will be the subject of our talks, and I'd like to thank many leaders who are present in our session and will address anthropic effects and how important it is for us to showcase the solutions from the indigenous people, but also to highlight the challenges we face. In order to do so, we want to invite the players who are on the field undertaking actions and working hard to maintain preserved forest. And I'd like to acknowledge the work carried out by IBAMA and his president, the Brazilian Institute of Environment and Renewable Resources, and also FUNAI, the National Indigenous People Foundation. And we all have a challenge. The government, FUNAI, Foundation, we all have this challenge with the Yanomami Foundation because it is the people's holding the sky. Davi is not here, but he talks about that. So what actions can we put a spot on? And also the carbon market, because everybody's talking about it. I was in a meeting where this topic was broadly discussed. We know we have a lot to contribute in the negotiation processes, on the talks, but how far can we go? How far can we go here in this international arena, but also within the Brazilian government? And once again, I acknowledge the presence of you all. I thank you very much for being here. And I would like Jeanette to be the moderator. She is the director of the territorial protection at the Indigenous Institute, FUNAI. And FUNAI is back very strong, complying with its institutional mandate of protecting indigenous lands and indigenous peoples.
Obrigada, presidenta. Dando início aos trabalhos, só para explicar como é que a gente vai fazer aqui
That's
hoje. Nós
great.
temos muitos painelistas que vão trazer
We
justamente
have several
a parte
panelists
dos
that will
pontos que a
share
presidenta
important
colocou, em
information
termos
on
de
the aspects
enfrentamento
referred
de
to by our
estratégias
president when it
para
comes
fazer
to
combater as
resistance,
mudanças climáticas. A
protection,
gente vai ter em 3 rodadas
and resistance and resilience.
a primeira vai ter 2,
We will start the session with two panelists that will be followed by three panelists. You have 5 minutes each. I know time is not enough, but we have one session after the other, so we need to allow everybody to have a voice, to have a say, and we also need some time for questions and answers. So if you agree, let's start with and I'll be counting the time. You'll hear an alarm. It means that time is up. Not true. I'm gonna tell you when time is about to end. So for the first round, please, I would like to invite Cineia Wapichana and Lucimara Paite. They will be talking about El Niño and the man-made effects on indigenous atmosphere. We have Lucimara Choclin from the state of Santa Catarina, a state that is very much impacted by adverse weather events, more specifically intense rainfall this year. So please, Cineia, then Lucimara. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you all for being here. It's important to talk about the El Niño, but before that, you know what? We just attended a session where climate change mechanisms were discussed, namely RED, jurisdictional RED plus, very important topics because we can feel and witness the effects, and the indigenous people, they feel the impact on their livelihoods, on their social life, cultural life, the livelihoods in general. Here we have a global discussion, and we are coming from our communities where we've witnessed adverse impacts of climate change for a very long time. And we know that here we decide what policies are going to be adopted and how they are going to be adopted in Brazil. And in practice, they will reinforce actions that we undertake already in our indigenous community. So we need to have room in decision-making sessions. Even communities who are not aware of the concept of climate change, they know very well that the climate has been transformed and that they are directly impacted, be it in their planting, in the temperature of the water. And it has been said this year we had heat waves which impacted the Amazon region. We've all heard and seen drought in the Amazon with the death of thousands, millions of fishes and fisheries. And we can see that sometimes we do not take into account the adverse impacts of this drought. And we are here discussing RED plus, carbon market. You see, there is no price for us, indigenous communities. We cannot pacify life. So we need a fast response, a rapid response, because we are in an emergency crisis that call for a rapid response. So we need to leave this place of negotiation with response. Resources for loss and damages, it's very little to deal with what's going on. On the other hand, negotiations should have already included targets for the implementation of public policies in all countries requiring the reduction of the emissions, because unless it becomes a reality, countries will be increasingly warmer, and the Latin American countries, the indigenous communities who are far from being eligible for taking the decisions will be the most impacted, the most affected. So we must follow all discussions very closely. We are in a global arena, but we are doing a lot in the front line. And it's not only now, it's been this way for more than 500 years, for more than 1,000 years, and this is priceless work. The indigenous people always worked for the preservation of land, of water, of the forest. We don't see it as a market, but as our livelihood, as part of our lives. And in here, it's very important to discuss the compliance with agreements, with NDCs. Countries should have public policies requiring the NDCs to be implemented. Otherwise, we indigenous people, we can make great work. But unless we have no space in here, unless we're not sitting on the decision-making table, we will keep suffering the impacts. You see, when the discussion was about carbon markets and other mechanisms, we should not only be the beneficiaries, we have to be part of the decision. For instance, how much percent will be allocated for indigenous peoples? How are these funds going to be used in our communities? So the first message I have to convey is about these funds being discussed, the climate fund. These funds, these financial resources, they have to be directly transferred to indigenous funds because we know where it has to be used. If we keep waiting for mechanisms that sometimes take years to reach a community after a lot of red tape, well, we need to be fast. There is an emergency climate, and this should have been solved long ago. Even if we stopped all emissions today, we know it's scientifically proven land, the earth would keep on warming up. So together we need to try and find a solution so that indigenous people be part of the solution. We have the right to be here. We've been reporting this for years. We are present in global arenas, in global stages. We have the platform of indigenous peoples and local communities. We have a formal space in the context of the Climate Framework Agreement, where we discuss how we can follow up the mechanisms, the systems, how we can follow the implementation of Article 6 of the Climate Agreement and ensure indigenous rights. Our life is not the subject of a market. We are much more than that, and we cannot be seen as a market. We needed to grant rights and transparency to indigenous people, and that's what I had to say. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lucimara Pate from Choclay Indigenous Community in Santa Catarina. I'm also Kaigangi. My mother is Kaigangi. My father is from Santa Catarina. And you see, and also I am from the National Group of Indigenous Female Leaders. Climate change. We discussed it for a long time. The unstoppable consumption that puts profit above life. We knew we would reach this point of no return, as it is said now. And the most impacted, the most affected are ourselves, indigenous peoples, traditional peoples. We who live in our territories, who protect our territories, and we are not being heard. we witnessed the worsening of the climate crisis. I was in Santa Catarina for a month because of the intense rainfall and the flooding and the landslides. In the beginning of the year, we had drought in the southern area of Brazil, so we had the destruction of our agricultural fields, especially for the people of Caingangue in Rio Grande do Sul, and now we are impacted by intense rainfall, which is destroying the houses, the planting, which is undermining our access to land, access to food. But we don't talk about it that much. We've been discussing carbon market, leveraging the potential, but we are never consulted about these issues. They never come to us to know what we really think about it. Our land is being invaded, our bodies are being attacked, and we are not heard. We are here at this global stage to report what's taking place in our territories. Women are dying, our children are drinking polluted water, and we don't talk about it. Climate changes impact our communities. Environmental racisms impact our communities. How hard it is for us to reorganize ourselves after intense rainfall that destroys housings of Caingangue indigenous people, or the flood that impacted an entire community that had to flee their territory and go to an unsafe area, and they left everything they had behind. So we are the ones who are being affected. And we've been saying this. We haven't started it today. For long we said our land is being invaded, destroyed, our land is being deforested, the minerals are being explored. We've been saying it. Our president from Funai, he visited our land and she witnessed the situation. So the climate change, the global warming, the intense heat, intense rainfall, and then followed by drought. Raining in the southern, drought in the northern area, in the Amazon. And we keep saying, and sometimes we say, we are tired. We are tired of repeating the same thing over and over. It's tiring, but we cannot stop. We left our land to learn, to acquire knowledge. And the other way they say, this is your mission. You have to inform the international community about what's going on here in the field. You have to go and report. And here I am. My people is isolated in a flooded area. Another indigenous people in Rio Grande do Sul have their planting totally destroyed, and we also have the territories where the to where the population is returning, and they are very much under threat. So we needed to reinforce our communities, our foundation, because Funai, it has been neglected for 6 years. It has been dismantled, and the National Foundation of Indigenous People, that is the result of the work of indigenous leaders, has not provided us with any assistance during 6 years. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Cineia, Lucimara.
Thank you very much, Sineya and Lucimara. As I mentioned, we will have a few rounds. I just wanted to highlight that our representatives are here just to give you a sense of the dimension of our country. It's a continental level size country. Indigenous peoples are suffering from the impact of climate change. And indigenous lands, because of the way that indigenous peoples live, their land is a tool. It's a tool for protection, because we know that their way of living and their protected areas are wonderful instruments to preserve the environment and to fight deforestation. So we need them. I would like to thank you once again. Let's go to the next round table, and we will hear from Lúcia Alberta, Mayal Caiapó, and I will also call Rodrigo Agostinho, president of IBAMA. They're going to go beyond climate change because there are other threats that indigenous lands are under. Land demarcation is important for them to be able to protect their land. And because of all the threats we're facing, including the climate threat, we need to be able to value their land to ensure that their way of living is being protected. So this is the topic of our next group of panelists. First, we will hear from Mayal, then Agostinho, and then Lucia. And I will let you know, you have 5 minutes each. I'll let you know when you have just 1 minute left. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here at such an important panel with Rodrigo, Lucia. I think it's important for us to have IBAMA back, but FUNAI as well, in order to advance the issue of indigenous land protection, monitoring, all the work that needs to be done for the indigenous land, as was mentioned by our previous two speakers, the fact that there was an absence, a lack of care for a while. In the 80s, more or less, the Caiapó indigenous region in the south of Pará was not delimited as such. So at the time, it had a lot of gold mining dominating the south of Pará. And this increased with time. Illegal mining increased and went into our indigenous land even after the land was delineated. And I'm just mentioning one example, but this is valid for other indigenous lands. We have here Octore from Caiapó indigenous lands and Baú indigenous land. So there are other examples, Munduruku, Yanomami, and for a given moment of time, the alliance of these three peoples, worked very hard, advocated so that during the government transition, we could look at the illegal gold mining problem. People think of the machine destroying the land, but on top of that, there is a destruction at the cultural level, at the humanitarian level, which is what finally drew the attention of the world in the Yanomami crisis, the humanitarian crisis, because for a long time, the Yanomami people had been talking about the fact that this illegal mining was taking place there. But when people started dying, women, children, malnutrition, this is when we became aware of the dimension of this problem. So, right at the beginning, the government decided to set up a group to take care of the illegal mining issue. I joined FUNAI in April, and since that time, we've been following very closely what's going on with the illegal mining threat. Illegal mining, when you look at the Minamata Convention and why we want to protect it, it's because we don't want a new Amazonian Minamata. We don't want this to take place there. And we see some evidence that it might happen. There are many reports alerting us of diseases that are coming up that are caused by mercury contamination. So we need to be alert. And we know that illegal mining is present throughout the Amazon in most of the indigenous lands. So from that point on, we started looking at everything that was being discussed, the convention, but other issues that need to be taken care of. When I'm asked what the solution or what the path forward might be, I always answer that the solution, the path, is within the forest. It's inside the forest. So I think we have to shift our perspective and look back at these solutions that already exist. So reforestation, this land has suffered so much. We need to look at it and care for it and think about the solutions that might arise from that reforestation, which is why this space inside COP is important. Loss and damage fund, financing. It's time for us to get the word out. We have solutions, but we need support for specific issues that need to be improved within indigenous land, such as our own management, having the support of government to help us in advancing in our own issues. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to FUNAI. Thank you, Joenia. Joenia and I worked at the Congress, the National Congress. We had to go through a series of difficulties there. Now we're together once again. I am working for IBAMA, the environmental agency. She is at FUNAI to protect the indigenous peoples, and we're very happy to be working together. I'm going to make a brief presentation. It will be very fast due to time, so I will have to go through these slides very fast. IBAMA takes care of a lot of things, and one of them is federal surveillance, environmental surveillance. We used to have 6,000 employees. Now we have 700 who are on the field. Only 100 of them can be on the field at a given time, and 1,000 will be retired in a few years' time. So you can imagine the challenge. At the beginning of the year, we already knew we would have to go into the different indigenous lands in Brazil. And of course, the first we had to go into was the Yanomami land. And due to the humanitarian crisis, we had to anticipate that entry by a month. And it was one, well, we were very assertive, but I think we were not prepared for what we were going to find. So we were brave, we were willing, it worked. The problem is still there, but what we have learned is that we will not give up. So IBAMA was created back in 1989 after the death of Chico Mendes. It's the main environmental agency for Brazil. It has a policing force and power, and it's very important for FUNAI to be able to do the same, to have a policing force. We work on many topics, the main one being fighting deforestation. In yellow, you see the areas that have already been deforested. We're very good at fighting legal deforestation. In the Cerrado, most of the deforestation is authorized by the state, so we can't be as the results can't be as good, but it's still going down, and we have good results in all biomes. For the Amazon, this year, it's about 50% drop in deforestation. If you look at the 6 months the last 6 months last year, then it's 22%, more or less, decrease in deforestation. So what strategy are we developing? These strategies also are valid for indigenous land. So first, we use remote monitoring, using the data we have. A lot of the alerts we come are from indigenous lands. So then we have to have embargoes. If there is an embargo on the area, you cannot have livestock there. And if the livestock is there, we can seize it. Or we can even seize whatever is being produced at the site. This is one of these operations where we seized cattle from indigenous land. It's not easy to do it. There's a lot of resistance, but we've seen great results from these operations. A lot of the time, we remove a certain amount of cattle, which is what we're able to do. And then everyone who is there illegally, because they understand that they're going to lose the rest of their cattle, they move their own cattle themselves and remove it from those areas. We were able to seize 4,400 heads of cattle this year, a lot of them from indigenous lands. We're also working to fight illegal timber. This is a very serious problem taking place in indigenous land. 100,000 trucks of illegal timber were seized this year. 100,000 trucks that were already within IBAMA's system to be able to legalize the illegal timber from indigenous land. Can we solve it all? No. This year we have a problem in a given point, in a given area, and we are just not enough. There's not enough of us to be able to deal with these problems. Because we have a small team, our physical presence has been very specific at sites that are hubs for criminal activities. And the other thing we're fighting very hard is illegal mining. So 109 indigenous lands were monitored, 592 inspection actions. We have sent fines. It's not easy to do. We seize a lot of equipment to avoid precisely what you see in these images. Here you see the Yanomami indigenous land, and you can see the damage that they have left behind them. Here you see mining today in the Amazon, illegal mining. And unfortunately, a lot of it is taking place within indigenous lands. So what we do is we seize the equipment and we destroy it, the criminals' equipment. And of course, it's never good to burn it, but we know that if we don't do it, as soon as we leave, they will go back to what they were doing before. So 35 aircrafts, lots of different equipment that we will continue to destroy because we need to be able to stop this kind of crime. We're looking for cooperation opportunities. I have no more time, but I want to close by saying that it's a pleasure doing this work alongside FUNAI, the federal police, the highway police, the national force. It's necessary work, and perhaps if FUNAI had its own policing power, it wouldn't take that much effort, and we are working to get things back on track. We have one of the biggest challenges now, which is to remove people from lands such as the Auditorium indigenous peoples' land. And we will continue to do that. Lúcio, Joênia, please trust us. Let's rely on each other. Let's get even closer and work together because the challenge that lies ahead of us is the size of our country. We have a huge challenge ahead of us. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lucia Alberta from FUNAI. I'm going to talk about actions that the indigenous peoples themselves, with the support of the federal government, have been implementing to fight the different situations they face, not only invasion of their land, but also deforestation and fighting climate change. in Brazil starting in 2012, environmental management of indigenous land. It's called Pingati. It was very innovative according to an ILO convention, which requires you to have free and informed consultation of indigenous peoples. Today, we are trying to make this an actual policy, a state policy, because it was created in 2012 when we still had a left-wing government, but then of course it was paralyzed for 6 years. So I have to go through it very quickly. This policy today has allowed indigenous peoples to establish their own environmental and land management plans, as well as the instruments they want to use. And based on those, it's the indigenous peoples that manage their own land. Let's keep in mind that as indigenous peoples, we are the native guardians of our land. But we needed some kind of policy to help us act as such and make it official so that all the states from the Brazilian federal government would be able to help us in our actions to ensure that we have full ownership of our land. FUNAI is responsible for the demarcation of land, but it is the indigenous peoples who are responsible for protecting all these lands. This is a policy that's been under discussion for a very long time. Back at ECO 92 and then Rio Plus 20, this process was already being discussed, and it took more than 10 years to be able to reach an actual policy being drafted. These are the main axes that we have for the policy. Here you see a series of instruments that the indigenous people have created. I will go through this very quickly. You can see that most of these management instruments are in the Amazon. Today, we work very closely with the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples to make sure that other biomes outside of the Amazon will also create their own instruments. Here you see some examples of the instruments that they've already created and that the the indigenous peoples are using as a tool to protect their land. We created a basic training course. It's a distance learning course about this policy. All of this will be made available to you if you're interested. And here you see some images of how this distance learning course about PNGATI was set up. We had the help of partners, including GIZ. Let me go quickly through it. And actually, I'm done. So, to conclude, I think our efforts today are to make sure that a bill, I don't remember what number, but a bill proposed 4347 from 2021. So this bill proposed by the current president of FUNAI, Joênia, is going to establish this policy as a state policy, and it's going to have it approved by the National Congress. This bill has already gone through 2 commissions and has been approved there. So what we want from the government and from civil society is to come together and support and the approval of this policy so that we can ensure that the indigenous people will be able to act as guardians of our biomes and of our forests. Thank you very much.
So that here, this is the left mentioned by her. It is in English, made available over there. You can also download it at FUNAI's website with information about the online course, the policy, and the participatory processes and the construction behind them. The first political instruments that were based and the result of a consultation made with indigenous communities. So I'm very privileged to work with the colleagues that are present here. Rodrigo, he's a partner. FUNAI and UIBAMA, they work together in these operations. And it's important to say that we, FUNAI, IBAMA, ICMB, we are government agencies that are partners of indigenous peoples, traditional peoples in the protection of the environment so that we can help them hold up the sky. And it's very important to acknowledge the work of the civil servants. We needed to reinforce the struggle of the indigenous peoples, and we needed to help them in their fight. Thank you very much. And once again, I apologize because I want to, for not having given more time for our panelists, but we'd like to make a Q&A session right now. So I'd like to invite, please, oh my, sorry, I didn't say your name correctly, Sulayete, Francisco, and the Congressman Newton Tato. Oh, okay, Francisco and Suliete. They will be talking about the challenges. So in face of so many challenges and issues, what are the opportunities for the indigenous peoples and in partnership with the government agencies? So thank you very much. You have 5 minutes. Good afternoon. My name is Suliete Baré. I come from Rio Negro region. I am the Director of Climate Justice in the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. And in our department, we have two general coordinators, one for the promotion of climate and environmental justice and the fight against climate change. Our department is inside the Indigenous Secretariat, where we have the Territorial National Indigenous Community that was presented by my colleague. In our ministry and department, we've been talking about the creation of a new X. PNGAT has 6 X's, and the sixth X just makes a reference to climate justice. But we know that we indigenous people are the main responsible for the protection of the forest and their conservation. And we are also the ones who fight climate change. In the second week of November, we had a seminar where we decided to resume the technical committee and to create 2 more axes in our national policy of PNGAT. We are going to make a presentation on 5th December. It will be panel number 5 here. And we will present a program for fighting climate change. And this program has a funding component. But today, I wanted to say something about the funding, a reference and a criticism as well, because COP. We are here to discuss the funding, but in our indigenous land, it's essential to talk about the protection of traditional territories and differently from non-indigenous society. The territory is not only a piece of land for us, and I keep on repeating this in every opportunity I have. For us, territory means health, education, and spirituality. Davi Kompenawa explains it in his book. He talks about Chapiris who protect the river, the forests, the animals. Who are the Chapiris? Chapiris are the spirits in which we indigenous peoples believe on. So when we discuss financial instruments and the funding of the protection of the environment, we have to respect the free, prior, and informed consultation of indigenous people before making these decisions. We have indigenous funds that exist already, such as uh, the Black River Foundation, Puniga Fund, and many others. So the investors and the donors, they should be aware that we have indigenous funds that are eligible and capable of receiving the funds so that they can apply them in indigenous projects and indigenous lands. So in the context of PNGAT, we have a management plan designed by each and every indigenous people because they know where they need funding and what for. So when it comes to territorial protection, it's important to say that we have a program to fight against climate change and that we go through the empowering of indigenous communities, the protection of the environment, and the adaptation. We at the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, together with the Ministry of the Environment, and our President Joenia said that FUNAI is a cousin of IBAMA, and we, the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, we are a cousin of the Ministry of the Environment, and we are working together regarding adaptation, protection, and I would like to thank FUNAI for the invitation. Also, Bare, the Bare representative, my relative. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon to all. My name is Francisco. I'm very honored to be here chatting with you and also to join Joenia's team at FUNAI. First of all, I'd like to talk about climate resilience. The legal certainty in territories, the demarcation of indigenous lands should be reinforced. As we know, territories with legal certainty and legal safety are the most resilient territories in the world, more specifically in Latin America, where several studies have been carried out. Also, I would like to talk about the adverse impacts of climate change. The Aleoceanic time we are going through undergo human-made transformation. So we are in the accelerator era where we have fast-paced transformation. So we needed to be wrapped in tackling these issues. Having said that, despite predatory activities in indigenous lands, we can still we still have a resilient management of our land. So we need to have mitigation plans, including funding, indigenous structure, environmental policy, and we should allocate funds to the conservation of our forest stocks, avoiding greenhouse gas emissions in indigenous lands. Therefore, promoting sustainability, the financial sustainability of this pieces of land. So we needed to use these environmental assets or maybe environmental assets so that we can reinforce the resilience of indigenous peoples. Also, within territories with women who work on socioeconomic issues such as traditional indigenous activities, who are very well organized within our territory, they also form the most resilient territories. And this is absolutely wonderful because when it comes to the resilience and the protection of the environment, we can see this very clearly. So in this era where we find ourselves, we are in a period of stark changes. So we had changes already in the past, but indigenous people have adapted, have reviewed their historical processes and have adapted their processes in order to cope with the heating that already took place in the past. So indigenous people migrated, going from more vulnerable areas to less vulnerable areas. Indigenous people have entered into agreements with other indigenous communities from other territories. They migrated from north to south and vice versa. So the capacity of adaptation, which can also be translated as resilience of the indigenous communities, is very important and has to be highlighted. And I think it is very important for fighting climate change. So a proper funding of the indigenous lands need a foundation. So we need to have the demarcation of indigenous lands so that the rights are ensured and granted. We needed to create mechanisms to be implemented within the territory, such as the indigenous environmental safeguards. We have to take into account gender issues in the territory, the sharing of benefits of these projects that take place in our territories, work with the structures that already exist, such as the Red Plus move that has been referred to in the previous session, because we can use this to adapt to the pioneering jurisdictional Red Plus in indigenous lands. And we can grant territorial rights and also include consultation, PGTAs, pacts that have been entered into by indigenous communities living in the territory. So these all will reinforce the legal safety of this territory so we can have access to the funds and use them in our territories. When it comes to carbon markets, it's important to highlight, and I think that it's important to say so, and I am about to conclude, we need to be very careful when it comes to carbon markets in indigenous lands. First of all, we needed to work on the foundation. We need to ensure we have legal certainty, that we have mechanisms, that we have a regulation for the territory. And from that moment on, we can advance and mitigate climate change within our territories. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I apologize for this role of limiting the time of our panelists. But now we have time. We have time for questions and answers. So thank you very much for both of you. We have time for a few questions, not many questions, but I think we have time for a few questions before the end of our panel. And it's important to remember that we need to ensure indigenous rights, as we need to have demarcated indigenous territories that have their own processes, which will translate into environmental preservation, empowered indigenous people, the granting of rights, and then we have a chance to have a future. We have one question in here and one back there. Please. Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Willy Del Valle, PhD student in political sciences. So I have a political question. I would like to know from the panelists, how do they evaluate the state governments in the Amazon region and the work they carry out? Okay, I will pick up other questions and then we will have a collective response. Virgílio Viana is my name, and I have a question for Joênia and the partners representing the federal government. One of the main topics at the COP is the creation of the Loss and Damages Fund. It has been long expected. It started very small and now it's gaining in volume. Joania, do you think we could come up with a Brazilian fund for losses and damages? The federal government has such a huge budget, and we've heard about devastating impacts on indigenous people, the climate injustice. So, is this in your radar? Have you thought about the possibility of setting up such a fund? How do you see this issue? Thank you, Julio. Now we turn to you. Good evening, I think. It's dark already. My name is Júlio Pinho from Maranhão, Macarapã Institute. I'd like to congratulate FUNAI for the wonderful panel. I'm so glad to see the work of this foundation as well as IBAMA's work. And 20 years ago, we had the same challenge, In Maranhão, you have cultivation made by female indigenous women with the traditional practices, with the support from FUNAI. And women got together and chose an area that they wanted to reoccupy where they would cultivate the land. And I heard that the grazing is not actually going forward because there was fire in it. And they started actually planting in October. Elderly women went to the farming area and the elderly women planted. There they were. I visited the grazing and I see it did not reap many fruits and it was almost everything was lost. So how can we adapt to the lack of rainfall? How can we adapt to drought? And how can we also adapt to floods that are affecting all territories? And one more question here. My name is Luiz Donizete from IEP Institute. Thank you very much for the panel, which is very interesting. And I wanted to make a link between this panel and the previous one. What is FUNAI's take on carbon private markets, reaching indigenous lands with contracts and proposals, and how does FUNAI see the organization of Amazonian states that are designing their national policies, their jurisdictions, and they intended to include indigenous communities in these plans with sharing of benefits, safeguards. Each state has a different plan. So does FUNAI have an opinion, a take on these processes? Because when we see the Latin America as a whole, we see several violations of indigenous rights that are associated to this type of plans. All right. Okay, we have some questions for the representatives of the federal government, and if we could touch upon these questions at first and then the other ones. And I'd like to remember that we from the MPI have been discussing these issues in a joint manner. My opinion is probably not shared by the others when it comes to carbon market because I'm in favor of it. But I need that we needed to create rules. I think that the problem lies on the lack of rules. The entire world wants to allocate money for a standing forest. And we know that indigenous peoples are capable of maintaining large-sized pieces of land with standing forests, except, of course, for highly deforested indigenous territories, where we identify 60,000 hectares of devastated land. However, I think that indigenous peoples, they are capable of keeping the forest standing. Nevertheless, we need to have rules in place, otherwise we are subject to these type of violations. I know serious organizations, but I know others that are not serious either. So when it comes to carbon credit, we have a lack of regulation. In Brazil, we have the voluntary carbon market, where the negotiation is carried out in a direct manner, so there is no organism that works as an intermediary. And then you have the carbon cowboys. So if we set up the rules, I think we can all benefit from this market. Conservation units, the farmers that protected the forest. I think that, you know, if we lose the opportunity, the market can go to Malaysia, to Indonesia, and we needed to keep the forests standing, and indigenous territories are really capable of doing so. So personally, I think we needed to create the rules and have the market. Okay, so now I would like to invite Francisco, Suliette, Lúcia, Cineia, and Mayal. Please, Agostinho, you can come as well to respond to questions. We still have 15 minutes. Okay, so
Vai, Cineia. Então vamos lá, né?
You can answer, Sinea, first. So regarding the question asked by Julio, the issue he mentions of what we should do next. You plant, things don't grow, there are droughts, there are floods. Well, I think, Julio, now is the time to think about quick action, which is not adaptation or mitigation, but loss and damage, having quick resources available. I don't know if they will be available quickly in Brazil because the mechanisms to get to the resources are not simple. We've been following these announcements about the fund existing since Glasgow, then we went through Egypt, and now we're here in Dubai, and we still hear about it. So we need to work hard in Brazil to see how we're going to have access to the funds to have a quick response, a way of responding very quickly when there is an issue. We have the policy I mentioned, we have FUNAI, we have a favorable government. So we need to take advantage of these mechanisms, but we also need to make sure that they are easy to access. We can access them quickly. Now is not the time to talk about adaptation. We need a quick response. So what about the drought? It's a loss and damage issue because you had the drought, you had a specific loss and a damage that stays. And linking that to the market and the voluntary carbon market or RED, this is something that needs to be better discussed with the indigenous communities so they know what it is. It's no good having rules if they don't participate in the process. We just had a conversation about it. The idea that you pay for results, but you have an issue, which is in the case of the LEAF project. How exactly is it going to work for indigenous land? So we need policies in the country that provide a quick response, because this is something we will see more and more in indigenous communities, and we need to have a way to respond quickly. And if we have clear public policies, that can help, of course, because a lot of the time we are struggling to find resources in case of emergency, in case of loss in our communities. Thank you very much. So sorry, I have to control once again the time. You have 2 minutes each for your comments, and I apologize for that once again. About this topic, I have one question we should think about. In the month of April, I participated in an event in Colombia and an indigenous leader from one of the South American countries signed a carbon market contract and said, we received millions and we split that amount with everyone. 1 month later, there was no more money. They drank it all. They drank alcohol, they had parties, and then it was all gone. Of course, I'm just summarizing it. It was more complex than that. But this just shows you an example of what can happen. So we have to think about it very carefully. At FUNAI, we've received lots of requests of companies who want to sign contracts with indigenous communities. But we know we have to be very careful when we're faced with these non-indigenous lawyers who are going to the indigenous communities and convincing them to sign. So this is what we have to be careful about. It's very similar to what Sinaya mentioned before. I agree with her. We're not against it, but we need to understand how it's going to happen. We need to have an open debate with the indigenous leaders and communities so that this won't come to harm them, to harm their own lives and their form of a social organization.
Sobre o fundo, né, que foi dada a sugestão relacionado a essa questão de perdas e danos mais específico.
About the loss and damage fund, having one specific for Brazil, as was the question, I think it is something we need to think about. Rodrigo mentioned the fact that we lack public servants, we don't have enough people to be able to do all the visits, all the inspections. So we need more personnel, but we also need more infrastructure. We cannot help our employees. And FUNAI has no policing force, has no equipment, and has to go and do these inspections or efforts without any structure or infrastructure to back it up. So I know our work is being positive. However, situation and the conditions are still very challenging for people doing the work. Regarding the carbon markets, I think the starting point has to be a dialogue with the community and with indigenous peoples. In Brazil, we don't have good experiences, positive experiences. We haven't even gotten there, and we already hear about a series of contracts that had fraud or problems that arose. And maybe this discussion needs to happen before we actually have legislation. So get the communities involved to set up a good system that works. About the first question, I think we need an urgent contingency plan to face climate emergency inside indigenous land. And this needs to be ready right now because the extreme events are going to happen more and more, droughts, floods, etc. We need contingency plan and a plan to be able to face climate change. And I think it needs to be within the lines of the PPC dam. So looking at all levels of government and involving municipalities and municipal government because they are in direct contact with the local populations and can be more effective. Regarding carbon markets, I think it's a good strategy to have voluntary carbon markets. But in the case of indigenous lands, which is state-owned land, we need to be very careful regarding what kind of standard you're going to use. RT3s, this is a new standard. It's still not been tested. So we have to be very careful what we choose, especially regarding accreditation, performance, additionality, reference levels, baselines, etc. And especially talking about integrity in carbon credits, uncertainties, leaks, and reversals. So aside from all that was mentioned, we need to look at the technical criteria, and the technical criteria are not adapted to indigenous issues. So we need to rethink this process. Regarding the indigenous fund, oh, I'm spoiling here. The creation of a specific fund is the question. Since the transition period, Sonia, our Indigenous Peoples Minister, has started launching the idea of a biome fund. The idea is to have a global fund that will provide loss and damage aid, especially in the case of climate change. For the carbon market, this is a topic amongst the indigenous communities, which is controversial. A lot of people are for, others against it. Some think they're going to be rich overnight. And Minister Sonia herself has said we shouldn't say we are against it or for it. It's something that is probably going to happen. There's a bill in the National Congress to be able to regulate Brazilian voluntary carbon markets. And within the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, we need to provide clear guidelines to indigenous peoples. So through their own environmental and land management plans, each people has to look at how it's going to impact their area. Some NGOs know a lot about how these work, but people in the field don't often know what carbon is, don't understand how it works. So we are here to discuss something that it's imposed upon us by the international market. It's imposed on the indigenous peoples. And through this globalization process, we end up being drowned because of the global economy and its strength. Indigenous people in Brazil account for 1 million indigenous people. So we need to be well articulated at the national and international level. We need the support of all these peoples to see how we can actually have public policies in place in the indigenous lands, aside from the carbon market mechanisms. Payment for environmental services, for instance, that could be an option. Indigenous peoples are the guardians of our land historically. They have already proven that they are able to do that. So thank you very much. Thank you. I will give the floor to Joênia so she can close. So let me thank you all and make some comments. I think it's very important to hear from all of you. We have questions, uncertainties. I think this discussion needs to mature. A lot of the time it is a bit taboo. I've been hearing about this discussion for a very long time, many different COPs when we started questioning RED, and then it became RED plus. Congratulations, Sinea. She's going to be our co-president for the Indigenous Summit. So congratulations to you, Sinea. And in 2011, I was in the same position. And since then, we started working on the RED safeguards. It's very important to have these safeguards so that rights can't be violated. And for FUNAI, regarding the carbon market. The first thing we need to look at is we need regulation, or rather, we need to have the regularization of the indigenous land, no invasions, and we will not budge from this position. It's very important for us to protect indigenous land and make sure that it is well regulated and protected so there are no more violations of rights. And we need the active participation of indigenous people. This isn't me asking for it, it's a convention that states it clearly. Not just for carbon markets, but for anything else, we have to be consulted. When we talk about benefit sharing, we work with the idea of collective rights, not individual rights. We don't benefit one family amongst many. So all of this needs to be discussed. These are preliminary issues. They are the basis, and all of that needs to be very clear. I know it's up for a vote very soon. The bill is in the Congress. It's going to be voted, and indigenous peoples have to have a clear position. And to conclude, at FUNAI, we have 120 requirements of people who want to participate in the carbon markets, and 22 contracts are illegal, showing clear violation of indigenous people's rights. So, Dulcineia, Maya, Rodrigo, Lúcia, Francisco. The carbon market needs to be discussed in a technical chamber. We've already proposed this to the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples to make sure that that committee, which is a technical committee, can participate in the discussions. And if we have clear information about what's going on, then we will have a clear analysis and clear propositions. So we will not budge about our clear position regarding illegal mining, deforestation, and we will not budge about the need for us to be involved and participate in all these matters. I think we have other events together tomorrow, right? We will have a special day for the indigenous peoples here at COP. Please come and participate if you want to know more about our indigenous land. Please participate and contribute to these discussions. Thank you very much. We will stand strong to defend the indigenous people. Thank you very much, Jeanette, for your moderation.
Olá. Olá, pessoal.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fernanda Santiago, special advisor of the Ministry of Treasury. Very honored to have you here. We have the team of the Ministry of the Economy, Mr. Haddad, to launch the Green Transformation Plan that takes into account an engagement made by President Lula. And this sustainable development must combine inequality reduction and the environmental agenda, which is why I'm here with my friend Cristina Frois. I'm going to give you an overview of the plan, and then Cristina will go in depth and explain in further detail what we understand by sustainable taxonomy, and she'll always talk about the carbon market we defend. The agendas of the Ministry of the Treasury try and link the fight against climate change with poverty reduction. In this plan, we have 6 priorities. Technological advance, because for us, this project is a project of economic development that has to internalize technology in Brazil. We have a stimulus to bioeconomy, green transition, circular economy, adaptation, because it is necessary to be able to deal with the consequences of the climate change, the effects of climate change, and we also have sustainable finance. What are these sustainable finance? Brazil came up with a model that is composed of several fiscal and regulatory policies that are capable of encouraging green businesses, green investments, that can be associated and driving development in a way that we can be in harmony with the environment while growing economic, but growing growing our economy while respecting the environment. Our minister says that in a given time, he was worried by the 3rd generation of his family. And then he said, well, now I'm actually worried about my children. And now I'm worried about myself because we can witness the effects of climate change. So we understand the agenda is an urgent one and it's urgent for our ministry. The proof it is urgent is that we are here and we're going to talk about the taxonomy and the carbon market. However, we've touched upon other topics such as the selective tax that is now part of the tax reform, and the selective tax will actually be applied to specificities of the climate change. We also have a crop plan that will make credit more accessible for low carbon agriculture practices. Also, we in our ministry we are thinking on how we can readapt the climate fund, because the climate fund together with new instruments can encourage and stimulate and foster green projects. And we had the first issuing of bonds. It was very successful. They will become regular. On the top of that, at present, there is a draft budget of sustainable development, which means that in our budget, we are going to review the expenditure that is not aligned with the green agenda. So we have a working group composed of the Ministry of the Economy, the Ministry of Planning, and other departments in the federal government. So our administration is actually engaged in reviewing the expenses. And it's important to highlight this. Also, the carbon market. And Cristina will discuss about the carbon market. It is a project that will be voted in the House of Representatives. It has already been voted in the Senate. So there is this proposal of a carbon market that might foster green businesses and fund green businesses. And today we're going to talk about the sustainable taxonomy. What is taxonomy about? Taxonomy will identify and give legal certainty to policies. The objective is that we can certify credits and we can ensure that economic activities will be correctly labeled and classified. So the certification process will become more legitimate. Thanks to the legal certainty, we will be able to classify and better allocate the subsequent policies. The expert in the Ministry of the Economy at the Department of Sustainable Economic Development is Cristina Froy, so she will be presenting our Sustainable Taxonomy project for you. Thank you very much, Fernanda. Good evening to everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Really, it is an honor to show you the result of this work. At the beginning of the year, it seemed very difficult to accomplish this work, but we knew we had the potential, and it was made able thanks to a collective effort to present you today the action plan of the Sustainable Brazilian Taxonomy that had public consultation with the active participation of the civil society. Although this is a new topic for anyone, it can sound a bit arid. People do not feel so comfortable in giving their opinion. Despite that, we had considerable contributions through our platform in the public consultation processes, with more than 630 comments that were sent via the platform called Participa Plus Brazil. We had 41 documents that have been submitted by non-governmental organizations with a very important input to improve our plan. We also had several hearings, several public hearings, mostly linked to prioritized sectors and thematic areas. And I'm going to go into detail in a while. But the public consultation also included 7 events that were organized spontaneously by some organizations. And I would like to acknowledge the work carried out by the National Association of Financial Market, that held an event online with more than 170 representatives. And this organization called Ambima, that deals with taxonomy for many years, gave important contributions that improved our draft action plan. So in order to draft the action plan, the Ministry of the Economy created a technical body, an interministerial group, including 20 ministries. We also had 4 regulatory agencies: the Central Bank, CVM, SUSEP, Previc, and the Brazilian National Development Bank, BNDES. As you can see, a large group. And the members worked in a very collaborative manner. We had initial members that realized we needed to invite members from other areas as well, and we did so. So we had this very large group, and then we also submitted the work to public consultation. It took us 3 months, starting in May until August, I guess. I mean, mid-September, more specifically on 21 September, we launched the proposal for public consultation. We had 1 month deadline for the public consultation. It has been asked to extend this. We extended for a week, and then we made a very quick review to present it to you here. And here, I needed to make some acknowledgements, especially to our technical team at the Subsecretariat of Economic Sustainable Development, more specifically Matias Cadomingo, the technical coordinator that's so competent, so intelligent, and so sensitive. So he was able to bring together all the stakeholders. And thanks to his work and to the work of the entire team, we have two documents that are the action plan in English and in Portuguese, including the responses to the contributions that have been submitted, positive and negative contributions. And this is a rare thing because public consultation is not required to send responses to all the comments that are submitted, but we did so, and I hope it's already available in the website of in our website. But we will also like to acknowledge André Nóbrega, our designer. He is responsible for the logo and for all the art that you can see during the COP. As for the objectives of this sustainable taxonomy, as Fernanda mentioned, taxonomy is a classification system. A classification system of economic activities, of financial assets, and of investment projects that are related to specific sectors, be them sustainable or not. And what do we understand by sustainability? We can define sustainable assets in many different ways through different concepts depending on the financial institution. FEBRABAN had already developed a taxonomy. Many countries have national taxonomies. For instance, in Europe, you have the European taxonomy, which is a global reference, and it took them 6 years to develop it. And we committed to develop our taxonomy within 1 year, starting today, during the launch at the COP. The systematic standardization is fundamental. And why? We have 3 major strategic objectives that have been validated through public consultation. Not only validated, but also improved by the consultation. The first objective is related to the promotion of sustainable development. So the taxonomy is aligned with the 2030 agenda, for instance, which includes indicators that are globally accepted when it comes to sustainable economic development. That are environmentally and climatically and from a climate perspective acceptable, but also inclusive. And the Ministry of the Economy will use the word sustainable for a purpose. Sometimes we don't use the word green because the green, in my opinion, it limits to a decarbonization economic activities that will address the footprint. But when we say sustainability, we also include the social dimension. And there is a lot of room for innovation in this area. So we will have the inclusive debate, and also we will promote technological development, which is one of the priorities of the Green Transformation Plan. And that's precisely because in order to have a sustained economic dynamics, Brazil needs to be more resilient in its domestic production chain. It's important to have an improved participation of the Brazilian sectors in high-value global supply chains, and this includes new strategic areas.
And finally, but not least important, there's this idea of producing with a transparent, integral flow about the financial information, sustainability, and other taxonomies. This is also put as combating greenwashing. We did not state it as such because we preferred having a more positive statement. It's not only about greenwashing, it's also about the quality of the information that's available about carbon markets, capital markets, and governments, and investments that are made in sustainability. In terms of environmental and climate goals, the proposition looks at 7 goals. They are interoperable, and interoperability is a key term. There are other taxonomies depending on the country or on the private sector as well. So, which are these 7 goals? Well, first, climate change mitigation. Climate change adaptation is number 2. 3, protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. 4, conservation, sustainable management, and use in the use of soil and forests. And you see that this is very much linked to the national climate agenda in our national plan, which is currently being reviewed within our ministry. So the two will definitely have to talk as we establish this new taxonomy. Then 5, sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources. 6, transition to a circular economy. And finally, contamination prevention and control, which has much to do with waste. And then we have social objectives. The Mexican taxonomy. Actually, before I talk about social objectives, amongst the ones I just showed you, we looked at the European experience for inspiration, but also to countries that are very similar to us, such as Colombia and Mexico, which is why we have the issue of forests, agriculture, that are made very clear. Regarding social objectives, Mexican taxonomy was innovative because it had this objective of gender inequality reduction. So we included it as well, and we also consider racial inequality and how to reduce it. We also talk about reducing regional and territorial inequalities. We know there are these differences and inequalities in Brazil, and we're not talking just about it at the regional level, but also the difference that there is between urban and rural areas, and also looking within cities, the center of the city and the outskirts, considering, of course, that most of the population lives in urban zones, especially on the outskirts, in the suburbs. And the final social objective is the promotion of quality of life, with this focus on guaranteeing rights and increasing access to basic social services. When a mid-income country is growing, being able to provide quality public service in a universal manner is always a very big challenge. It's no good if you're growing, but your social infrastructure is still lagging behind. We know we need to improve in that sense. There are many challenges we'll have to face. And how to integrate it with this idea of sustainability. In order to develop these criteria, well, it takes a long time. So we established 8 sectorial technical groups that are related to how economic activities in Brazil are classified, which are the CNAE. So you go all the way from agriculture, primary sector, extractive industries, manufacturing industries, electricity and gas, water, sewage, waste management, construction, transport, storage, and mail. And we set up an 8 group based on previous experiences that look at relevant social services. This isn't something that's already in our action plan, so the technical group has to look at the 8th which is social services. A lot of the taxonomy usually don't include that, but we understand that tourism, urban planning, education and health was mentioned a lot in our public survey, public consultation. So we need some kind of indicator for accountability on these aspects. A lot of countries do not include agriculture in their taxonomy, but Brazil has made a point to do so because it's a very important sector in our economy. And another area where we're evolving or being a bit bold is in including extractive industries. Australia and Chile, they're also developing their own national taxonomy. They intend to include mining. Today I was with Ludmila in a roundtable at Valley, and it was very interesting because a lot of people think it's contradictory to include a sector such as mining, which of course has a clear environmental impact, but the idea is to be able to foster positive behavior, positive environmental standards for these industries. And then we have two thematic groups. So first, how we're going to tackle inequalities, the ones I've already mentioned. We need to have a methodology that is coherent between all these technical groups, looking at social aspects in a coherent way, and then finally monitoring, reporting, and verification. So how investment projects are going to be accountable and how we're going to monitor that. So these are the 10 groups. In order to design it, the keyword here, as I said, is interoperability. So we've established 3 basic criteria. First, needs to make a substantial positive contribution to one or more of the objectives that I listed in the beginning. There are 11 of them. But at the same time, that they do not significantly harm any of the other defined objectives, which is not always possible. You can't always contribute to all the objectives, but of course you cannot significantly harm any of the other in your objectives. And finally, you have to be able to comply with minimum safeguards. So there are many principles in order to do this technical work. And we have technical support from 2 important companies that are experienced in this, GIZ, the German Technical Cooperation Agency, and the United Nations Environmental Program. Both of them have contributed a lot to our action plan, so I have to thank them, and they're going to help us develop this taxonomy. They will continue working with us. We need very expert people to help us. So there are 8 principles. I don't know if you've seen some of the other panels here at COP. A lot of them emphasize the importance of a scientific basis because, globally speaking, we have gone through a wave of denialism, which we have to fight against with science, high quality science. So the principles of scientific evidence, consider the life cycle impacts, because this taxonomy is going to last, and it's a dynamic and live document that must be updated with time. Since technology improves, we hope that we will meet our environmental objectives little by little. Challenges may shift from one time to the other, so we have to consider this as a life cycle. It needs to be coherent and consistent with our own laws, our own norms. We need to observe the principle of proportionality So having a good proportion between investments that go to very large companies and those that go to mid or smaller companies and projects. Knowing that there are many ways to get to sustainability. It needs to be also applicable. It's no good having a methodology that you cannot apply, that's very difficult to apply, so it has to be pragmatic. As I mentioned, it is an evolving instrument. And finally, it's going to look at activities that can be implemented throughout this transition. The main contribution we heard from almost everyone during public consultation is the need for more participation of non-government organizations. The way in which it is set up currently is through an interministerial committee. It's being created. Soon a decree will be published to create this interministerial committee of sustainable development for Brazil. It now includes as well the labor ministry, and this was due to a request from civil society. We also will have a technical supervisory committee where some key organizations are going to participate, such as the central bank, development bank, and the technical groups and sectorial groups I've already presented. But then we have this advisory committee. And this advisory committee will have, and I'm not sure about this, but I think it will have 18 members chosen through a public call. So it's not about the governance electing members. We will have seats available for people from various areas to participate. This is something that was already in the previous proposition, so we kept it. But because there is a request for more participation of non-government organizations in this technical work, we have a flow chart in document 1. I call it the flow chart. People don't really like it, but basically it's a schedule that establishes what needs to be delivered for the next year, what you expect from each of these committees throughout the year, and as soon as something is delivered, the participative committee reviews it, it goes back, which ensures that you will have this advisory committee participating, giving their opinion, and interfering in what is delivered in the final report with time.
So here we are at COP in November 2023, the launch of the action plan, and until October, we will develop the taxonomy that will be launched in November 2024 during the next COP. And Matias said, well, COP will take place in the beginning of the month, so we have even less time. But throughout time, we have education programs so that we can build knowledge and understanding on the importance of having this taxonomy in place, and we will also have public consultations for the partial reports and disclosure of results. So as for the taxonomy itself, there will be an adaptation period for the entities and institutions so that they can adapt to the taxonomy, and then it will become a mandatory as of January 2026. I told you that we had a hearing and someone asked, do you agree with the mandatory enforcement of taxonomy? more than 50% of respondents said yes, which means that there are still 50% that we needed to convince this is a good strategy and we have a way ahead. During the public consultation, we heard a demand of listing the negative aspects, meaning things that will be banned or undermined, and we believe that this decision should be taken by the technical bodies during the year. So this will be worked on during this 1-year term. We also discussed the use of knife. Some banks, they use metrics that are different from KINAI, but based on objective data and the financial institutions that are involved, we thought that this could be a point of start to understand the production process that would allow us to define the scopes 1, 2, 3 of the carbon footprint. And also it would allow us to establish social criteria that are very much linked to the amount and the quantity of jobs created. In this sense, you might wonder, how can you ensure poverty reduction according to gender? One possibility is having the description of the project where we indicate the number of jobs that will be created and also the description of the job. So these can meet the criteria of sustainability or not. So that's the way ahead for the next year, our roadmap, which is very challenging. And I want to thank you all for participating at the public consultation and submitting your commentaries. And please keep on participating because now we have the most difficult part on the horizon. And that's how public policies should be made, counting on the contributions and participation of the civil society. And now I will switch because we were very ambitious when we organized the panels because we thought we would be ready to submit the carbon market regulation proposal. We are almost there. Maybe during the COP, this regulation will turn into reality. However, I think that we can make a reference to the proposal submitted by the Ministry of the Economy together with other 10 ministries and the General Attorney's Office. So the initial proposal submitted at the meeting of the Board of Sustainable National Development on 21 August replaced Bill 412 from the Senator Leila Barros. This new bill, this new proposal was drafted based on bills that were being discussed in the Congress. So we studied several bills and we selected the best ones and we compared them to international best practices and the price market readiness metrics from the World Bank. Both taxonomy and carbon market regulation have been discussed for a very long time in Brazil and internationally. However, the sustainability agenda had been marginalized, so as to say, by the previous administration. So we had to resume this plan quite rapidly, and we had to include the knowledge we accumulated in the past years. So stemming from the best practices, we tried to identify the main axis of this bill for a carbon market regulation that we coin Brazilian system of emissions trade. So this system includes a set of definition of what a carbon credit is, the cap and trade definition. There will be a cap So eligible companies will be assigned with quotas, and this will be aligned with the climate change and national plan and sectorial plans, as well as the allocation plan that will be established for the regulation, which is one of the sections included in the bill, where we have the governance proposal from the executive that includes one board, one decision-making board, that is an interministerial board. Also, one management body and a technical body, a participatory technical body, where we can have the participation of the private sector, I mean, the non-governmental sector. So when it comes to establishing who will be eligible for the regulation, we have a horizontal line. So every source responsible for more than 20 tons of carbon dioxide or carbon dioxide equivalent in 1 year would be eligible. The Senate proposed an amendment, so primary sources have been excluded from the regulation bill. And in our proposal, we foresee sanctions, fines, and we also try to regulate the relationship between the regulated market and the voluntary market. And this includes areas of public forest. And there was no disposition for the offsetting mechanism, but we believe that we should carry out in-depth studies that will be regulated later on. Have I forgotten something, Mari? Because Mari, she's one of the representatives of the General Attorney's Office, and she's contributed extensively for our text. So after some amendments and the withdrawal from the agribusiness, this was approved at the Senate, and it's now being reported by MP Ariel Machado at the House of Representatives. And we have actually invited Aliel and Senator Leila Ramos to be here, but they were not available. Leila is actually on her way to Brazil. And we might still receive contributions and comments from the House of Representatives to our text, but we think that the text is really a reflect of what has been approved in the Senate, a text that has been largely discussed and the object of a consensus, and the overall directives can ensure greater isonomy between all sectors. And we need to implement this regulation as soon as possible. We need at least 3 years for the implementation because we needed to set up the governance, appoint the management body, collect the data so that we can draft the national allocation plan. And then the same way we're doing the taxonomy, we will have a time for adaptation, and then this will become mandatory for the market. I'm sorry if I went very fast. Maybe the interpreters are tired, but I wanted to say that carbon market regulation is something that makes us very enthusiastic. For more than 10 years, Brazil has been discussing this possibility. We have lots of stakeholders highly engaged with this regulation, and in a very short time a period, we were able to generate something that is coherent, consistent, and that meets an ideal of public policy, which means transparency and participation. Do we have time for questions? Of course we do. Thank you. A round of applause. Wonderful.
Pessoal, em nome aqui do Ministério da Fazenda, eu tenho que registrar o nosso agradecimento.
As a representative of the Ministry of the Economy, I have to make some acknowledgement. I have no idea of everything she did. Chris is absolutely wonderful because our work is very complex. We are doing something that is disruptive. So, and Chris, she negotiates with everyone. And what I mean is that she can engage in dialogue with all stakeholders, civil society, congressmen, so she can discuss with people from very different ideologies. She discusses with the ministries, with the production sector. So she tries to deal with all different interests and find the harmony. So her work is very complex, and I really would like to acknowledge her work. She has a huge mission, but she is also huge. So it's a pleasure to hear from her and to be working with her in the construction of a participatory plan that will be in the interest of the Brazilian population. She's very kind and generous. So I wanted to make some acknowledges as well. Thank you for you and your team. Thank you, José Pedro Neves, our technical expert, and also the World Bank that is a partner so that we can implement the regulated carbon market through PNI. That's it. Thank you. Let's open for questions. We have 15 minutes, so please, if you have a question, raise your hand. We are open. We want to discuss. And I have a microphone for you.
Eu não posso sair, gente. Eu também esqueci, né?
Isso não é ecologicamente correto.
Tô presa.
Eu gostaria muito de agradecer a fala de vocês.
So I would like to thank you for your presentation. It was brilliant, productive, truly innovative in terms of ESG. And I want to congratulate you. Today I came to this wonderful presentation because I saw on the news the name of this wonderful professional saying or talking about all of this legislation, all the details that it will probably up for a vote next week. And I wanted to come to congratulate you. We Brazilians were able to get it done. We're going to present it. We're going to be able to start working on social aspects right away with this instrument. I want you to give her a round of applause. I think she deserves it. Both of them deserve it. Well, thank you very much.
Muito obrigada mesmo, muito gentil. Eu estou bastante acostumada a levar muita crítica e
Thank you very much. It's so kind. I'm used to criticism. I'm not used to being praised. Usually it's just criticism.
Alguma mais pergunta? Olá.
Does anyone have a question?
Temos a participação da Camila Grankov.
We have Camila Grankov. You can introduce yourself, Camila.
Boa noite, eu sou Camila Grankov.
Good evening, I'm Camila Grankov. I work for the CACL commissions, and I wanted to congratulate the ministry for this, which is such an important agenda, starting with taxonomy. Because I work for Latin America and Caribbean Committee, I can't help from ask this question. Does taxonomy take into account the possibility of integrating it to other Latin American taxonomies? Meaning, to what point we can think about taxonomies that are in dialogue at the international level, especially within America, Latin America, and does the carbon market have some kind of possibility of integration that's already been included in its design? So answering the second question, no, we don't have that yet, but we could think about it. Let's see what happens when the law is approved. In the case of the taxonomy, Mexican and Colombian taxonomy inspired us a lot. I think looking at the Brazilian participation in the coalition we set up between the different ministries of different countries, I do think taxonomy was relevant, was important. And maybe we should set the ground for this to happen, including for the objectives of technology development, sustainable development goals, to be able to overcome one of the structural problems, which is scaling up and dealing with with regional integration. So maybe that would be a solution to be able to have better integration and also to be able to develop technology in our region as we want it to be developed, which is something we need to work on fostering. So looking at the strategic sectors of sustainability, a study shows what it considers to be essential sectors for this big push to happen, and that's probably going to be one of the focus of our areas. I am Branca Americana. I've worked for the government for many years, and I've worked on this topic for over 20 years, so it's a huge satisfaction for me to see the wonderful work you've done. It's always been kind of a dream. We wanted climate to be included in all levels of government, and I know that the difficult part is to connect it all. We know there are intersections, but in practical terms, it's difficult to get it done. Regarding the taxonomy you've set up, you talked a lot about interoperability and how it's going to operate with other taxonomies. We know that Brazil has very specific features, and a lot of the time, taxonomies which exist do not adapt to our context, so you did this customization. Can you tell us a bit about the biggest challenges you faced in this process, and do you have a strategic vision, so not only looking at what's going to be done today, but the possibility of decarbonization in a dynamic way, looking at what's going to happen with Brazilian society and making sure it can develop and fulfill its full potential. Thank you for your contribution and thank you for your question, Branca. I think the biggest challenge is the fact that our taxonomy has objectives that others do not have, including the social objectives, and the fact that it includes sectors that are maybe not relevant in other countries or are just not included in taxonomy. I gave you the example of extractive industries, waste, water, which is important to be able to promote a high quality of life. So these criteria are going to have to be created based on what exists in literature, but that's a lot of the time is not included in other taxonomies. We've asked the Europeans if they would be willing to be interoperable with us, because it has to be a two-way street. And they were quite open and said that yes, Brazil is showing something that the European Union still hasn't developed, and maybe we can learn from you. So I think mutual learning is part of the process. And we're going to try, of course, and cooperate whenever possible. But I'm not going to be too optimistic. We understand that balance is difficult, and you do need very high technical quality. So I always like to emphasize that we have a very hard time sleeping at night when we think about the responsibility we have in developing this in a balanced way with quality, making sure that it becomes a principle that can be applied and that really restructures investments as we would like it to do. But I stick to my engagement, and I hope a year from now we will be able to meet again and say we made it. We got there. Marcos, please. So 2 more questions and then we'll close to make sure we're on time. Good evening. I'm Marcos Fortman, Coordinator of Social and Environmental Policies for IDS. I just want to emphasize that I agree with everything that was said by our colleague. And I state this as a person who's been participating in the process from the beginning. It's been an open process based on dialogue all the way from its design to the public consultations. We were heard many, many times. Of course, a lot of the time, as civil society representatives, we were questioning the process. We do understand that it is a long-running process that needs to that has a lot of mutual learning involved. And in the European Union, they now have been able to identify the limitations of their previous proposals. And I'm sure this is going to be the case for Brazil, but this is a very important step for our economy, for society, which will benefit from it. And we recognize all the work that's been done. Thank you very much. Thank you. This idea of criticism and questioning, I personally like this a lot. I am a teacher, a professor, I still am. And the role of criticism or questioning is truly to try and identify what's lacking. So I think this kind of participation is essential. IDS was fantastic in doing so, and we still want civil society to be involved in the process so that we can reach a consensus as much as possible.
Thank you very much. I'm Gigi Gakashinoa from Agence Française de Développement. So congratulations for the huge work. So yeah, it's really impressive. Actually, my question relates to what has been I think from the beginning of this process, we can see that Europe, we went through a taxonomy. UK went through like a task force on transition plans. The US has no taxonomy. So what made you going through a taxonomy rather than transition plan task force or no taxonomy? And so this is my question. Thank you.
Certo. Olha, desde o começo, deixa eu esperar a tradução. Desde o começo,
From the start, the objective of developing this taxonomy had always been there in our ecological transformation plan because our society understood the need to have it done. Of course, internationally, countries had already been adopting it, so this facilitates international financing flows, but I think we really looked within our country, what society had already developed, what already existed. And as I said, the Brazilian Federation of Banks had already established its own taxonomy, the central bank and the CVM, which is our SEC, they had already urged and asked for a taxonomy. So they asked us to lead this process. So it was kind of an obligation. We were elected to do it, to get it done. And this is what we're doing, we're delivering. Thank you. Thank you to all who have made it so far, who stayed with us. We are a government that has a challenge ahead because we want to reform, we want structural reforms, a new economic model that is able to consolidate and deal with all the conflicts we have. We want the government to be participative. We need to overcome the previous administration who used to ignore all of this. But we are in good hands. We have Chris. Thank you very much for the work you're developing, Chris, and wishing you all a wonderful evening.